In the soft hush of twilight, the earth tells its oldest stories without words. Beneath our feet lie remnants of worlds long lost. Temples worn down by time, stairways leading nowhere, stones arranged in patterns whose meanings are forgotten. The wind sweeps through broken walls, brushing against crumbled pillars like fingers across ancient parchment. It carries not answers, but questions. And in this quiet, the questions echo. Archaeology is not a discipline of certainty. It is a slow unfolding, a conversation with silence. The further we dig, the more we disturb. Not just the soil, but the stories time tried to bury. We do not exhume truths. We unearth puzzles. The spaces between facts are as vital as the facts themselves. Imagine walking across a field that, to the untrained eye, seems empty, but buried just below, there might be the layout of a city that bustled with life, with trade, with joy and ritual, a place where laughter once bounced between stone walls, a place that was not meant to be forgotten, yet was footsteps long erased, names lost to time, memories turned to dust. Our ancestors built, worshipped, buried, and disappeared. They left behind fragments, obsidian blades, broken pottery, scorch marks on cave ceilings. Some of these artifacts still radiate a kind of sacred warmth. Others confuse us. A tool too advanced for its time. A burial that defies cultural norms. A structure aligned too perfectly with the stars. They don't make sense, and yet they exist. Each artifact is a question, and each dig site a quiet plea. Listen, interpret, but do not assume. The past does not always explain itself in terms we expect. It is subtle, and it resists being pinned down by our desire for neat conclusions. The modern archaeologist, in truth, is a poet with a trowel. They crouch beside the bones of civilizations, brush away dirt, and let the whisper rise from the ruins. There is no rush in this work. Time moves slowly here. The deeper the layer, the more delicate the truth. The more ancient the find, the softer the voice it speaks with. Somewhere in the shade of a cliff or the bend of a forgotten river, a shard of ceramic lies quietly, waiting for touch. Perhaps it once held grain. Perhaps it was a wedding gift. Perhaps it meant something sacred. Or perhaps it was ordinary. And yet even the ordinary becomes mysterious in the absence of memory. In deserts and forests, beneath lakes and mountains, entire cities sleep. A stone arch peeking from the earth. A statue toppled by war or time. Columns eaten by vines. All these fragments share a strange power. They pull us backward through centuries with nothing more than form and silence. What draws us to this? Perhaps it is a thrill of mystery. Perhaps it is a reminder that we, too, will become relics. That one day, our buildings will crumble, our words will fade, and someone else, strangers from a far-off time, will try to understand us. What will they find? What will they misunderstand? We cannot know the full stories behind many of these places. We try, through dating methods, linguistics comparisons. But archaeology, unlike history, does not begin with text. It begins with silence. A ruin in a clearing. A circle of stones. A staircase to nowhere. From these echoes, we try to piece together a life, a belief, a moment. But pieces are all we ever truly hold. And yet, even fragments can guide us. An idol carved by trembling hands. A mural that faded before anyone could copy it. A weapon buried with a chieftain. These objects, though mute, carry traces of emotion, function, and intention. They are remnants of purpose, whispers of ritual, desire, fear, and awe. Sometimes, the mystery is in what we do not find. Gaps in timelines. Civilizations that appear fully formed. Languages without ancestors. Massive stones shaped without clear tools. Complex mathematics encoded in ancient designs. Every question spawns another. The path is endless, but endlessly compelling. In this long, slow journey ahead, we will travel through temples sunken beneath oceans, pyramids built with impossible precision, and burial mounds carved into cliff faces. We will meet gods no longer worshipped and languages no one speaks. And through it all, we will resist the urge to solve. Instead, we will reflect. Instead of drawing lines, we will let the dust settle. Because sometimes, the greatest respect we can offer the past is not certainty, but curiosity, the desire not to possess, but to witness, not to conclude, but to consider. Wonder is a form of reverence. So close your eyes or let them drift. Let the winds of time carry you. Let the dust settle gently in your thoughts. Listen closely, not for words, but for impressions. The weight of stone, the scent of earth, the crackle of dry leaves. These are the sounds of old truths, still breathing. Step with us now into a world that was never truly silent, only waiting. The invitation has no name, no time, no location. It is the stillness itself that calls. And to follow that call is to begin not with knowledge, but with humility. This is your invitation. Underneath our daily lives, beneath the pavements we walk and the gardens we tend, there are worlds asleep. The earth is not silent, it is secretive. Beneath every layer of soil lies another moment, another chapter, another forgotten life. Most of the time, we pass over them unknowingly. But once in a while, by accident or design, something emerges. A fragment of pottery, a buried wall, a set of worn steps that lead nowhere and yet lead us back in time. Across the world, some of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries have happened not in remote temples or hidden tombs, but beneath places ordinary and lived in. A Roman villa beneath a supermarket car park. An ancient road revealed by floodwaters. A stone circle uncovered by construction workers laying pipes. The stories were always there, covered, quiet, waiting for someone to listen with a different kind of attention. In cities layered over older cities, architecture becomes sediment. Istanbul, Rome, Jerusalem. Each street overlays another. A crack in the asphalt might reveal a mosaic. A cellar might hold the bones of centuries. In backyards and basements, walls emerge that were built before maps, before language as we know it, before time was counted in numbered years. Every layer of soil is a boundary between our now and their once. The earth is patient. It folds these stories gently, over and over. Leaves become mulch. Mulch becomes dirt. Dirt becomes depth. What we now see as landscape was once someone's roof. A hill could be a temple swallowed by time. A smooth plain might hide the grid of a long-forgotten city, perfectly aligned with stars no longer worshipped. In Egypt, shifting sands uncovered entire neighborhoods from ancient Thebes. In Guatemala, LiDAR scans revealed hundreds of Maya structures buried beneath jungle canopy. Cities never recorded, hidden by roots and silence. In Britain, routine roadwork revealed graves from the Iron Age. Everywhere, the past lies close to the surface, just out of reach, just beneath our feet. Sometimes at a farmer digging for a well who hit stone blocks. Sometimes at a child in a garden uncovering shards of glass that aren't glass at all, but ancient tools shaped by fire. These small interruptions, moments of surprise, disrupt the illusion that the past is far away. It isn't. It lives underneath us, beside us, and even within us. And when these moments happen, something changes. The world expands. What seemed familiar becomes layered with possibility. You're no longer standing in your backyard. You are standing on top of a buried shrine. You are not just walking to school. You are retracing the path of a trader from 1,000 years ago. You are not just living here. You are inheriting here. Archaeology rarely begins with a map that says X marks the spot. It begins with a question or an accident or a strange line in a field visible only from above. It begins with noticing. Why does the soil change color here? Why is that corner always damp? Why does that pattern show up in drone images after rain? The earth speaks, but in signs. Crop marks, discolorations, sunken ground, echoes in the radar. And slowly, carefully, archaeologists begin to ask, to test, to dig, not with haste, but with reverence. What lies beneath is fragile. It must be treated not just as data, but as memory. A buried house is more than a structure. It is someone's shelter, someone's loss, someone's forgotten morning. A hearth holds traces of food, of conversation, of decisions. The simplest brick might tell you what kind of clay was used, what kind of fire burned, what kind of hand shaped it. Nothing is without voice if we learn how to listen. And the more we look, the more we find. Whole civilizations uncovered by slow persistence, like Pompeii, frozen beneath ash, revealing its daily life in detail so intimate it almost feels intrusive. Or the city of Akrotiri, preserved in volcanic silence. Even the debris fields of collapsed houses speak of moments we never witnessed. Storms, wars, migrations, abandonments. Yet the process is never just about discovery. It is about restoration. Every time we reach into the ground, we retrieve a piece of our shared human story. We don't just find them, we find us. The ways we lived, the things we cherished, the mistakes we made. The layers of the earth are not only geographic, they are emotional, and it is humbling. For what lies beneath us today may one day be covered again. Someday, someone may uncover our cities, may brush away the rubble of our homes, find our tools and devices, and wonder what we were thinking, who we prayed to, how we organized our lives. They may marvel at our complexity or misunderstand us entirely. The earth is both archive and editor. It chooses what to keep and what to erase. It preserves what we least expect and lets the obvious vanish. It is not biased by significance. It keeps the grand temple and the cracked spoon with equal care. And so, when we uncover these remnants, we are not just discovering history. We are decoding the strange logic of time. There is a comfort in knowing that the past still touches the present, that beneath every road and ruin, the human story continues in layers. And though we walk on concrete and tiles, there's always a deeper floor beneath us, built by others, held together by memory, soil, and silence. Close your eyes and picture the ground below you. Imagine the voices trapped in dust. Feel the faint tremble of a world not gone, but waiting. You are never alone on the earth. You are always walking across someone's yesterday. In a quiet corner of a library in Connecticut, resting in a climate-controlled glass case, lies a manuscript that has refused to yield its secrets for over 6 centuries. It is a modest volume in size, but not in mystery. Its pages are filled with swirling vines, unfamiliar flowers, and diagrams that suggest galaxies or the cycles of the moon. Around these images winds a language that no one has been able to read. The letters are deliberate, flowing, repeated across hundreds of lines. Consistent in structure, yet completely alien. This is the Voynich manuscript. It is not the age of the manuscript that confounds, though it dates back to the early 15th century. It is not the beauty of the script, though each letter appears drawn with care, as if from memory or instruction. It is the impossibility of it, how it exists without context, without comparison, without meaning. It is a book without a readable sentence, without a known author, without an audience to understand what it says. And yet, someone wrote it. Somewhere around 240 vellum pages remain, though many may have been lost. The illustrations are strangely compelling. Plants that do not exist in any botanical catalog, roots that twist like knots or veins, women bathing in what appear to be tubs connected by serpentine tubes, floating orbs with stars inside, and looping patterns that seem to suggest time, nature, or something more esoteric. The language, if it is a language, has stumped the finest minds. Cryptanalysts who broke Nazi codes, linguists who studied obscure dialects, even artificial intelligence trained on global text databases have failed to decipher it. Statistical patterns in the writing suggest it is not gibberish. There is structure. There is repetition. There are rules. But those rules belong to a system no one understands. Carbon dating places the parchment around the early 1400s. The ink appears to be from the same period. So it is not a modern forgery. It was likely written in Europe, and yet the script resembles nothing European. It follows no known alphabet, phonetic system, or grammatical logic. No one has ever spoken what is written on those pages. The mystery deepens with its known history. The manuscript's existence faded into obscurity until 1912, when it was purchased by a rare book dealer named Wilfred Voynich, whose name it still bears. He found it in the Jesuit archives of Villa Mondragone, just outside Rome. In letters accompanying the manuscript, past owners speculated that it had once been in the hands of Emperor Rudolph II of Bohemia, who had a fascination with alchemy and the occult. Some suggested Roger Bacon, the English philosopher, might have authored it. Others pointed to John Dee, or a medieval hoaxer seeking to sell nonsense for gold. But the book does not read like a hoax. Its text flows too well. Its illustrations are too internally consistent. Its effort is too great. Someone spent years, perhaps decades, creating it. But why? Was it a personal code? A memory system? A guide to some long-lost philosophy? Was it meant for others? Or only for its creator? And what would drive someone to invent an entire written system from scratch? There is no title on the manuscript, no preface, no index, no name of a scribe. It opens without introduction and continues as though the reader should already understand it. But no one does. Among the illustrations, plants appear most often, yet not a single one matches known species. Botanists have tried to identify them, to match petals and stems to real flora, but without success. Perhaps they are symbolic, perhaps they are imagined, or perhaps they come from a world we no longer know. Other sections seem to represent astronomy, cosmology, and biology. Diagrams suggest lunar phases, planetary movement, and the structure of bodies, particularly female bodies. There are bathing rituals, anatomical drawings, charts, and wheels. It looks like a manual or an encyclopedia or a book of spells, but nothing confirms it. Even the structure of the manuscript resists analysis. It is divided into apparent sections: botanical, astronomical, biological, cosmological, pharmaceutical, and recipes. But those divisions are inferred, not marked. We impose meaning where perhaps there was none, or perhaps the meaning is buried deeper than we can reach. What if the manuscript is not meant to be read literally? Some scholars have proposed that it represents glossolalia, the written form of a trance language, created in a state of altered consciousness. Others suggest it may be an elaborate memory palace, encoded through imagery and rhythm to be unlocked by only one person. Or maybe it was never meant to be read at all. Maybe it was an exercise in private creation, a world built for the joy of invention. Still, efforts to decode it continue. Every few years, a new theory arises. Some claim they have cracked the code, pointing to obscure dialects or rare symbol systems, but none have withstood scholarly scrutiny. The mystery remains intact, like a fortress with no door. And so, the manuscript sits in its case, quietly defeating every attempt at understanding. It is perhaps the most studied, unreadable book in history, and in that unreadability, it acquires power. It invites endless curiosity. It resists resolution. It becomes in itself a kind of mirror, reflecting not what it means, but how we seek to assign meaning to the unknown. To look upon the Voynich manuscript is to be reminded of the limits of knowledge, that even in our modern age, with satellites and quantum computing, there are still pages we cannot turn. There are still alphabets that do not speak. And maybe that is why it holds our attention. In a world obsessed with answers, it remains a question. In a field built on translation, it remains mute. It sits at the edge of what we know and whispers not understanding, but wonder. In the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, not far from the ancient city of Sanliurfa, lies a place that quietly challenges everything we thought we knew about the origins of human civilization. It is not grand in appearance from afar, a slight rise in a dusty field, framed by pale grasses and endless sky. But beneath the soil, beneath thousands of years of silence, rests a site that has reshaped our understanding of time. Göbekli Tepe, a temple before temples. A mystery older than writing, farming, or even settled villages. First excavated in the mid-1990s, this site revealed something so unexpected, so out of place in the timeline of human development, that it shook the foundations of archaeology itself. Here were massive stone pillars, up to 20 feet tall and weighing as much as 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures. Some of them were carved with reliefs. Wild animals, birds, insects, abstract symbols. And these stones were not haphazard. They were arranged with care, with vision, with intention. And yet Göbekli Tepe was built around 9,600 BCE, thousands of years before Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt, or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia. It predates pottery. It predates agriculture. It was crafted by hunter-gatherers. This is what makes Göbekli Tepe so confounding. The prevailing story of human history told us that organized religion, art, and architecture followed the domestication of plants and animals, that only after we had settled and formed stable societies did we begin building monuments. But here, in these sun-baked stones, we see a different story. one where the urge to create sacred spaces may have come first, where belief gave rise to community rather than the other way around. The stones themselves are striking. T-shaped monoliths arranged in circles with two larger central pillars in each. Many are decorated with bas-reliefs of animals. Foxes, snakes, scorpions, boars, cranes. Images that are still sharp after 12 millennia. The craftsmanship is deliberate. The symmetry intentional. The artistry undeniable. These were not idle doodles. They were messages. Symbols. Perhaps stories. What did they mean? We do not know. There is no writing. No burials. No trace of homes. It was not a place of the living, but perhaps for the divine or for ancestors. Perhaps it was a pilgrimage site, a calendar of the stars, a sanctuary of myth, or maybe something entirely different. Even more curious than its construction is its burial. At some point, perhaps after 1,000 years of use, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately filled in. The stone circles were entombed in layers of debris, rubble, bones, tools, and soil. It was not the slow cover of erosion. It was intentional, as if the builders themselves wished to hide it, to seal it away. Why would people go to such effort to bury a place so sacred, so massive, so complex? Was it part of a ritual, a symbolic death of the temple? Or did something change, some shift in belief or power that led them to cover the past? The act of burial preserved the site astonishingly well. The carvings are crisp, the arrangements intact. What we see today is just a fraction of the full complex. Only a small percentage has been uncovered. The rest still sleeps beneath the hill, waiting, as it has for thousands of years. And this leads to another mystery. If Göbekli Tepe is not alone, what else lies hidden nearby? Could there be older sites, undiscovered sanctuaries buried under fields and hills, forgotten not by time, but by design? The builders left no names, no blueprints, no obvious trace of who they were. They did not have metal tools or wheels or written language. Yet they coordinated massive labor efforts. They quarried, carved, and lifted stones heavier than anything their supposed lifestyle would allow. There is no evidence of permanent dwellings nearby, no villages, no cities. Only this, a temple, if it can be called that, standing like a question in stone. Some researchers now speculate that Göbekli Tepe marks a turning point in human evolution. Not the result of agriculture, but perhaps the catalyst for it. Perhaps people began domesticating grains and animals to support the gatherings needed to build and maintain such a site. Perhaps this was a birthplace not only of religion, but of civilization itself. The landscape around the site still breathes with that ancient tension between what we know and what we suspect. The air is dry, the horizon wide, and the stones rise from the dust like forgotten gods. Standing among them, it is easy to forget time, to feel, just for a moment, that we are not in the past, but in some timeless middle between memory and myth. Göbekli Tepe does not speak. It does not explain itself. And perhaps that is why it haunts us. It does not fit into our neat timeline. It does not obey our theories. It is too old, too complex, too intentional. And it leaves us with only questions. Who were the people who built it? What did they believe? What compelled them to drag massive stones across the landscape and arrange them in circles under the open sky? Why did they choose these animals, these symbols, these forms? And why did they bury it all? No answer has satisfied, and maybe none will. But in the asking, we find something valuable. Wonder, awe, the realization that our ancestors were not simple. That mystery stretches back farther than we thought. That our roots are deeper and stranger than we imagined. Göbekli Tepe remains, as it always was, a threshold between the known and the forgotten, between the earth and the sky, between time and timelessness. It is not just a place. It is a question carved in stone. In the vast, arid plains of southern Peru, where the wind speaks more often than people and the desert holds its breath in stillness, something extraordinary unfolds just beneath the sky. At ground level, the landscape is quiet, harsh, and seemingly empty, stretches of rock and dust, scorched by sun and forgotten by rain. But from the air, a different world emerges. Etched into the surface of the earth are immense drawings, lines, shapes, creatures, so vast they cannot be fully appreciated unless seen from above. These are the Nazca Lines, and they remain one of the most enduring archaeological enigmas ever discovered. Spanning nearly 500 square kilometers of desert, the Nazca Lines consist of hundreds of geoglyphs, geometric patterns, spirals, zigzags, and stylized figures of animals and plants. Some are simple lines stretching for miles. Others are intricate depictions of hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, whales, lizards, and even humanoid forms with strange proportions. The largest figures reach up to 1,200 feet in length, carved into the desert floor by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated stones and exposing the lighter earth beneath. These drawings have survived for more than 1,500 years, preserved by the region's arid climate and gentle winds. And yet, their purpose is still unknown. Who created these monumental designs? Most scholars believe the Nazca people, who flourished between 200 BCE and 600 CE, were responsible. But the lines predate them in some cases, extending into the Paracas and Chavin cultures. Whoever the artists were, they worked with astonishing scale and precision, laying out geometric shapes and animals that only make visual sense from far above, a perspective the people of that time should not have had. This has fueled decades of speculation. Some believe the lines are an ancient astronomical calendar, aligning with solstices, constellations, or the movement of celestial bodies. Others suggest they are ritual pathways, meant to be walked in procession, offering tribute to gods of water and fertility. Still others propose more fantastical theories, alien runways, messages to stars, evidence of forgotten aerial technologies. What complicates the mystery is not just the size or number of the glyphs, but their diversity. Some are drawn with straight edges and right angles, while others are free-flowing and expressive. Some are isolated, others intersect, overlap, or spiral out like waves. They do not appear to form a single map or follow a single logic. They are like pages from many books, written in a language we no longer understand. Walking along one of these lines offers little insight. They are too large, too abstract, to perceive from the ground. Standing in a geoglyph feels like standing in the middle of a story, without context. But from above, in a low-flying plane or from a nearby mountain, the images come into focus, as if the desert were a canvas drawn for the sky's eye alone. This aerial perspective raises even more questions. How did the Nazca design such perfectly proportioned figures without the ability to see them from above? Some theorists suggest they use grids and ropes to scale up smaller drawings. Others point to water channels and ancient surveying tools. Still, the engineering behind the lines remains astonishing and largely speculative. The figures themselves also hint at symbolic meaning. The monkey, with its spiral tail, may relate to constellations or fertility. The spider, carefully placed, may represent water or the soul. The hummingbird, often associated with sun worship, may have served a religious function. But these interpretations are speculative, layered with cultural assumptions. No written records from the Nazca people survive to explain the designs. The silence is part of the mystery. And yet, silence does not mean absence. These lines have endured not just through time, but through meaning. Their mystery is what gives them life. They invite wonder precisely because they refuse to explain themselves. Each figure, each pattern, opens a door to stories we can only guess. Modern technology has revealed even more hidden geoglyphs, many invisible to the naked eye but detectable by satellite imagery and drones. These recent discoveries include humanoid forms with strange, otherworldly features, and complex arrangements of lines never noticed before. The desert still holds secrets, buried not by soil but by scale. Despite their fame, the Nazca lines are fragile. In recent years, threats from mining, road construction, and even careless tourism have damaged sections of the geoglyphs. Preserving them has become a quiet race against time, as environmental and human pressures mount. These lines, once etched with devotion or ritual or art, now need our protection, not just as puzzles, but as echoes of a worldview we have lost. Standing at the edge of the desert and watching the wind sweep across the pale lines, it's hard not to feel the pull of mystery. Why carve images that only the sky can see? Why invest so much in symbols that seem invisible from the ground? What did they believe? What did they know? Perhaps that's the heart of it. The Nazca lines are not answers, but but questions drawn into the earth with enormous care. They ask us to look beyond our assumptions, to consider that ancient peoples held wisdom, not always measured in tools or texts, that vision, faith, and memory can be as enduring as stone. In the end, perhaps it does not matter whether we solve them. The lines remain. They cut across the desert like thoughts across time, ancient and silent, but still speaking. Speaking in geometry, in birdsong traced through dust, in symbols only the wind remembers. In 1901, off the coast of the tiny Greek island of Antikythera, sponge divers discovered the wreck of a Roman-era ship resting beneath the waves. Among the marble statues, amphorae, and remnants of ancient cargo, something unexpected was pulled from the seafloor, a corroded, unassuming lump of bronze and wood, encrusted with barnacles and time. At first glance, it seemed like little more than marine debris, but inside that decaying shell was a mechanism unlike anything the ancient world was believed capable of creating. What lay beneath was the Antikythera mechanism, often called the world's first computer. The device dates back more than 2,000 years, likely to the 1st century BCE. It was housed in a wooden box roughly the size of a shoebox, operated by a hand crank on its side. Inside were dozens of bronze gears, fine-toothed, precisely cut, layered like a mechanical brain. For decades, its purpose remained a mystery. But as technology advanced and X-ray imaging allowed scientists to peer inside without disturbing the fragile remains, the truth emerged. The Antikythera mechanism was an astronomical calculator of astonishing sophistication. It could predict eclipses. It tracked the phases of the moon. It modeled the movement of the planets through the zodiac. It accounted for the irregularity of the moon's orbit. It even marked the dates of Olympic Games. It was, in essence, a mechanical universe, a geared model of the heavens, crafted centuries before anything like it would be seen again. This was not a simple device. It was a masterpiece of design, containing more than 30 interlocking gears, each with precise tooth counts and rotations. The main dial at the front showed the position of the sun and moon through the zodiac, while a smaller dial showed the lunar phase. The back displayed eclipse cycles and possibly planetary positions. And all of this was driven by turning a single crank. How could such a machine have been built in the ancient world? For years, historians believe that gear-based mechanics of this complexity didn't exist until 14th century, more than a millennium later. Yet the Antikythera mechanism proved that someone in the Hellenistic world possessed knowledge not just of astronomy, but mechanical engineering far beyond what textbooks had assumed. Who built it remains unclear. Some suggest it may have been designed in the school of Archimedes, who lived a century earlier and was known for his mechanical genius. Others point to Rhodes, where skilled craftsmen and astronomers worked. The shipwreck's cargo suggests the device may have been en route to Rome from the eastern Mediterranean, perhaps a gift or scientific instrument for the elite. But what's most startling is not just that it existed, but that it was singular. No other devices of its kind have been found from the ancient world. It appears as an outlier, a burst of genius without clear precedent or legacy. The knowledge it embodies seems to have vanished, lost in fire and war, in the slow erosion of time. Imagine the mind that built it. Imagine understanding the complex dance of heavenly bodies not just as myth, but as math, then encoding that math into turning wheels and calibrated gears. Imagine shaping bronze with such accuracy that the device could model the Metonic cycle, the Saros eclipse cycle, and other celestial rhythms. It is humbling and haunting. The gears of the mechanism are especially remarkable. Some have triangular teeth, precisely spaced. Others are stacked or nested. There are spiral grooves, pointers, inscriptions. It is not only functional, but elegant. The inscriptions that remain suggest the device was also instructional, a tool for teaching or demonstration. But to whom? And how widespread was this knowledge? As much as it reveals, the Antikythera mechanism also asks us to reconsider what we assume about the past. If this level of mechanical design existed, what else may have been lost? Could similar devices have perished in shipwrecks, fires, invasions, or simply been melted down for parts? Is it possible that our vision of ancient technology is incomplete, based not on what once was, but on what happened to survive? Over the past century, the mechanism has been studied by teams of scientists classicists, engineers, and astronomers. CT scans have revealed layer upon layer detail. Inscriptions have been slowly deciphered, and yet pieces are still missing, both literally and metaphorically. We do not know the full scope of its abilities. Some dials remain ambiguous. Some components were lost, possibly broken during the shipwreck. It is a partial glimpse into a forgotten chapter. Replicas have been built. Museums now display painstaking reconstructions. The mechanism has inspired documentaries, books, and even space missions. Yet no matter how much we learn, the mystery remains. Why was such knowledge lost for so long? Why did it not lead to a revolution in mechanics or a chain of development leading to modern computing centuries earlier? Some say it was a victim of time's randomness. Others believe political instability and the eventual collapse of the Roman world led to the disappearance of the scholars and craftsmen who understood such machines. The libraries of Alexandria burned. The workshops of Rhodes and Syracuse fell silent, and the gears stopped turning. Now, over 2,000 years later, the Antikythera mechanism rests in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, fragmented, corroded, but still whispering brilliance. It reminds us that progress is not always linear, that knowledge can flare brightly, then fade, that what we think we know of the past may be only a faint outline of its true complexity. The Antikythera mechanism was not just a tool, it was a statement. It declared that the heavens could be modeled by human hands, that time, the stars, and the future could be predicted not through prayer alone, but through gears and calculation. And though the device itself has long been silent, its discovery continues to turn the gears of our imagination. In the lush, rain-soaked landscapes of southern Costa Rica, scattered across ancient banana plantations, nestled in town squares, and hidden in jungle undergrowth, lie hundreds of enigmatic stone spheres, silent, smooth, and impossibly round. Some are small enough to be held in the hands. Others are massive, weighing up to 15 tons, and measuring over 2 meters in diameter. These are the Dequis spheres, carved with such precision and symmetry that even today, their method of creation and original purpose remain uncertain. They first came to modern attention in the 1930s, when the United Fruit Company began clearing land for banana cultivation. Workers unearthed dozens of these perfect orbs, some buried, others sitting openly on the surface. Many were moved, damaged, or destroyed. Some were rolled down hills for fun. Others were dynamited in the hopes of finding gold hidden within. It was only after the destruction had begun that archaeologists realized these were not ordinary stones, but remnants of much older and largely forgotten civilization. The spheres are believed to have been crafted by the pre-Columbian Dequis culture, which flourished in the region between 700 and 1500 CE. But the stones themselves cannot be precisely dated, as they contain no organic material. Their context, where and how they were found, suggests they may be over 1,000 years old, perhaps older. What makes them so remarkable is their near-perfect roundness. Some have been measured and found to be accurate within a few millimeters, a feat that would be difficult even with modern tools. Yet the Dequis people had no metal tools, no wheels, no written language, and no advanced measurement systems as far as we know. The spheres were typically carved from granodiorite, a hard igneous rock not found at every site. Transporting them would have required significant effort, especially through dense jungle and uneven terrain. How, then, were they made? Theories abound. Some suggest they were formed by repeatedly chipping away the surface with harder stones, followed by polishing with sand or clay. Others propose the use of fire and water to crack the rock, followed by shaping and grinding. But no tools or workshops have ever been discovered near the spheres. No unfinished versions exist. There are no carvings or inscriptions that indicate their use. The process remains speculative, and the precision astonishing. Equally mysterious is their purpose. Some archaeologists believe the spheres serve as status symbols, placed outside the homes of elites or along ceremonial paths. Others think they may have marked astronomical alignments or territorial boundaries. Their original arrangement has been largely lost to time and human interference, making interpretation difficult. Many spheres were moved from their original positions before proper records could be kept. In some places, they appear to have been arranged in lines, triangles, or other geometric patterns, suggesting intentional design, possibly to map the stars, chart seasonal events, or represent cosmological beliefs. In other sites, they stand alone, seemingly disconnected from one another or from any remaining structure. Local legends add another layer of intrigue. Some indigenous groups say the spheres were created by ancient gods, or that they held magical properties. Others believe they were petrified forms of celestial bodies, or even tools of giants. While these are myths, they reflect the awe the spheres inspire even in those who live near them. The stone spheres also pose a broader question about lost knowledge. If a society without writing, without metal, could produce such artifacts, what else might they have known that we have yet to uncover? What worldview, what logic, what values were encoded in these silent forms? In the 20th century, as interest in the spheres grew, they became symbols of national heritage and national mystery. Costa Rica declared them cultural treasures. Museums began collecting and displaying them. But the damage done during the early years of discovery meant that much of their context had already been erased. The majority of the spheres were removed from their original locations. Some now sit in schoolyards, others in parks. Their original significance lost in transit. Today, archaeologists are working to piece together their story through surviving documentation, satellite mapping, and site excavation. They seek not only to understand how the spheres were made, but why so much effort was devoted to shaping objects that served no apparent utilitarian function. The spheres were not tools. They were not weapons. They seem to have been made purely for symbolic or ceremonial reasons. And that, perhaps, is the most powerful mystery of all, that an entire culture would dedicate time, labor, and artistry to crafting something so perfectly round for reasons we may never fully comprehend. The jungle has reclaimed many of the original sphere sites, and time has worn the stones, but they still possess an uncanny presence. Their smooth surfaces catch the rain. Their forms cast strange shadows. They remain unmoving as the world changes around them, as if waiting for someone to remember what they were meant to mean. There's a quiet strength in them, a patience. They do not demand answers. They do not give them. They simply are, perfect, enduring, and silent. Perhaps that is the message they carry, not a language of words, but a form, a shape repeated across time and space, echoing something universal and instinctive. The sphere, after all, is a symbol of completeness, of unity of the heavens. It is a form without beginning or end. Maybe the Dequist people were not just carving stones. Maybe they were shaping ideas, beliefs about the world, the gods, or the cycles of life. Maybe they were marking the land not with maps, but with meaning. In the sun-baked plains of modern-day Sindh, Pakistan, the ruins of an ancient city rest quietly beside the Indus River. From a distance, it looks like a scattered pile of bricks, half sunk into the dust. But step closer, and patterns begin to emerge. Grids, streets, structures, symmetry. This is Mohenjo-Daro, a metropolis that thrived more than 4,000 years ago. A city built with such sophistication and organization that it still baffles archaeologists today. It is one of the crown jewels of the Indus Valley civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures in human history. And yet, it remains largely unreadable. The name Mohenjo-Daro means Mound of the Dead in Sindhi, a name given long after its people had vanished. Discovered in the 1920s, it revealed a civilization that seemed, in many ways, ahead of its time. There were broad, straight streets, laid out on a grid system. Brick-lined drains ran alongside every road. Homes had private wells and toilets, connected to a complex sewage system that ran beneath the city. Public baths, large granaries, standardized weights and measures, all signs of society with intricate planning, organization, and a concern for cleanliness and order. And yet, there are no royal palaces, no temples, no statues of kings or gods, no towering monuments proclaiming power. It is a city without obvious rulers, a civilization without ego, or perhaps one whose expressions of power were lost, made of wood, cloth, or ritual. What remains are the bricks, uniform in shape and size, unfired but resilient. They whisper of a people who believed in structure, who prized functionality, who lived not under tyranny, but within carefully arranged harmony. But who were they? And why did their cities fall silent? The Indus Valley civilization, which stretched across modern Pakistan and northwestern India, flourished between 2600 BCE and 1900 BCE. Mohenjo-Daro was one of its major urban centers, alongside Harappa, Lothal, Dhalavira, and others. Its population may have reached 40,000 at its peak. And unlike its contemporary civilizations in Egypt and Mesopotamia, it left behind no grand tombs or extravagant ziggurats. Instead, it left uniformity, order, and silence. Its most famous structure is the so-called Great Bath, a brick-lined pool, fed by a well and drained by a core-built arch tunnel, the earliest known example of such engineering. It sits at the center of the citadel, suggesting it was a place of ceremony or cleansing. Surrounding it were administrative buildings, granaries, and wide platforms. Below the citadel, the lower city housed regular citizens in two-room brick houses, many with courtyards, wells, and drainage. Artifacts found at the site speak of culture and daily life. Terracotta figurines, toys, beads, pottery, and tools made of copper and bronze. Seals carved with animal motifs and mysterious inscriptions. But while these objects hint at a rich cultural tapestry, they offer no direct answers. The greatest puzzle of Mohenjo-Daro is its script. Hundreds of seals bear short inscriptions, composed of symbols that may represent a written language. But no Rosetta Stone has been found. The script remains undeciphered. We do not know what the people of Mohenjo-Daro called themselves. We do not know how they prayed, governed, or recorded their history. Their voices are locked in glyphs we cannot read. This silence has invited speculation. Some believe the Indus script was not a full writing system, but proto-writing, symbols with restricted meaning, used for trade or ritual. Others argue it was a mature script, now lost along with the spoken language that gave it life. Without longer texts, bilingual examples, or context, we cannot know. Their language has vanished from history, taking with it the stories of rulers, artisans, poets, and everyday citizens. Equally mysterious is their decline. Around 1900 BCE, Mohenjo-Daro began to fade. The reasons are unclear. Some theories suggest climate change, shifting monsoons, or the drying up of rivers. Others propose tectonic activity, floods, or even disease. There is little evidence of warfare. The city shows no signs of being sacked or burned. It may have been abandoned gradually, its people dispersing into the countryside, integrating into other cultures, or fading into obscurity. One chilling clue is the discovery of several skeletons lying in the streets, unearthed as if they had fallen suddenly. Some have theorized dramatic ends, a massacre, a catastrophe. But later studies suggest these remains may not be from a single event. They may have accumulated over time, perhaps moved by water, by animals, by centuries of shifting soil. Still, the imagery persists, bodies lying where they fell, in a city of ghosts. And yet, Mohenjo-Daro endures. Even in ruins, it speaks of a time when people organized not around kings, but around water, cleanliness, and civic life. Its standardized brick sizes suggest a centralized system of planning. Its urban grid speaks of foresight. Its silence speaks of a different kind of power, one not built on monuments, but on systems. A civilization that may have seen dignity in order rather than spectacle. Today, the ruins are threatened by waterlogging, erosion, and neglect. Salts rising from the ground eat away at the ancient bricks. Preservation efforts are ongoing, but the site remains fragile, a delicate reminder of civilization that rose high and fell quietly. To walk through the streets of Mohenjo-Daro is to enter a place that feels both ancient and strangely modern. The layout is familiar, the infrastructure advanced. It's easy to imagine life continuing here, a market with spices and music, children playing in courtyards, water flowing through drains. But the language is gone. The voices are gone. What remains is structure, silent, persistent, haunting. Mohenjo-Daro invites us not to marvel at monuments, but to listen to the rhythm of daily life from millennia ago. A bath, a drain, a well, a grid, the bones of society that, for all its mystery, feels intimately human. In the vast emptiness of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter of the Arabian Peninsula, legends whisper of a city swallowed by the sands. A city of immense wealth and splendor ruled by prideful kings, trading in frankincense and myrrh, defying divine warnings until it was buried beneath dunes in a single night. It was known as Ubar, the Atlantis of Sands, a name passed through centuries in tales told by desert travelers and immortalized in the Quran as Iram of the Pillars. But was Ubar ever real? Or was it a mirage of memory, a story grown from grains of truth into a mythic monument? For centuries, explorers and scholars searched for Ubar. The tales were too persistent, too detailed to ignore. It was said to lie somewhere near the fabled incense routes, paths that linked Arabia to the great empires of the ancient world. Caravans laden with spices once traveled through these deserts, their routes marked by way stations and trade cities. And somewhere among them, it was believed, stood Ubar, a city rich in trade, blessed with water and punished for its arrogance. The desert, however, is a skilled keeper of secrets. Its winds bury evidence with ruthless efficiency, reshaping the land until nothing remains but silence. Many dismiss Ubar as a fable, a desert Atlantis, romantic but unreal. That changed in the early 1990s when a team of researchers combining ancient texts, Bedouin oral traditions, and cutting-edge technology used satellite imagery to scan the Arabian Peninsula. They searched not for buildings but for roads, ancient tracks pressed into the earth by countless camel caravans. Over time, these paths converge, like rivers flowing toward a central point. That point was in the Dhofar region of Oman, near a site known as Shizr. Excavations began. Beneath the ruins of a fort-like structure, archaeologists found evidence of a much older settlement. Walls, towers, and an octagonal enclosure. Pottery shards dated back more than 2,000 years. Artifacts spoke of trade and ritual. Beneath the site, a massive limestone sinkhole yawned open, a collapse that may have contributed to the city's abandonment. Had the city quite literally fallen into the earth? Some researchers declared the discovery of Ubar. Headlines called it the end of a mystery, but others were more cautious. The site at Shizr was significant. Yes, but was it Ubar? Or was it merely one of many trade outposts along a forgotten route? The trouble lies in the nature of legend. Ubar is not simply a city. It is a symbol, a parable about wealth, arrogance, and divine punishment. In Islamic tradition, Iram of the Pillars was built by the people of Awith-Makrandi, who defied the prophethood and were destroyed by a sandstorm of divine wrath. The story is moral, not geographic. It may be rooted in real places, but it transcends them. Still, the finds at Shizr are remarkable. The architecture suggests a caravanserai or fortified way station, an oasis along a grueling desert journey. The artifacts confirm long-distance trade. The sinkhole is dramatic and possibly catastrophic. The settlement was active during the height of the frankincense trade. Whether it was Ubar or simply a piece of the larger story, it fits the pattern. The frankincense trade itself was vital to the ancient world. Harvested from the boswellia trees in southern Arabia, the resin was used in temples, medicine, and perfumes across Egypt, Greece, Rome, and India. Caravans moved along treacherous routes, their paths determined by the locations of water and safety. Cities like Shizr may have prospered by providing both. If Ubar existed, it would have been such a city, thriving on trade, blessed with water, exposed to the sky and sand. And if it fell, it could have fallen to natural disaster, shifting trade patterns or simple decline. Over time, memory condenses fact into symbol. A forgotten city becomes a punished city. A collapsed well becomes a sinkhole into the wrath of heaven. The mystery deepens when we consider the linguistic links. Iram may refer to a region, not a single city. Ubar may have been a tribe, a kingdom, or a poetic name for many places. Ancient travelers spoke of lost cities buried in the sand, their tops still visible, their gates creaking in the wind, but none provided coordinates, only metaphors. And yet, metaphors can lead to truth. The search for Ubar brought new eyes to the desert of Arabia. It connected oral tradition with modern science. It revealed settlements once thought impossible in such an inhospitable region. It showed that the sands hide more than bones. They hide maps, stories, and possibilities. Today, the site at Shizr is quiet. The air is dry. The wind moves through broken stones and cracked earth. Tourists come, hoping to glimpse the lost city. But what they find is subtler, not grandeur, but suggestion. Not confirmation, but wonder. Perhaps that is all we can ask from legends, that they guide us not to certainty, but to curiosity, that they draw us into deserts and oceans, into mountains and ruins, searching not for treasure, but for meaning. Ubar may have been real. It may have been many places, or it may have existed only in the hearts of travelers, half remembered, half imagined, a city built of incense and wind, pride and punishment. In the end, the line between myth and memory is thin. The sands do not care. They cover equally what is true and what is believed. But once in a while, a story is persistent enough, a question loud enough, that the earth opens just slightly and lets us see. In the ancient city of Baalbek, nestled within Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, a marvel of megalithic architecture lies silently among the ruins. Amid crumbling Roman columns and half-buried altars, 3 stones, enormous, unmoving, and almost otherworldly, rest in a platform that has defied centuries of inquiry. Known collectively as the trilithon, these stones are among the largest ever quarried and positioned by human hands. Each weighs more than 800 tons, and yet they sit with a precision so uncanny it seems to mock our modern assumptions about ancient engineering. The trilithon forms part of the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter, a massive Roman structure built in the 1st century CE. But the stones themselves, cut, transported, and sent into place long before the temple rose above them, belong to an even older story. They are not merely large. They are immense. Over 65 feet long, nearly 14 feet high, and 12 feet thick. They rest atop smaller stones, perfectly fitted, without mortar, their alignment so exact that not even a blade can slide between them. How are they moved? How are they lifted? These are questions that have haunted archaeologists, engineers, and mystics alike. To quarry such stones is a feat in itself. The nearby quarry, just a short distance from the site, contains another enormous block, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, left unfinished and partially buried. Later excavations revealed yet another, even larger block beneath it. Clearly, the people who shaped Baalbek's megaliths were not merely testing the limits of stone. They were mastering them. Transporting a single block of such scale would challenge even modern cranes. Yet these were not just transported. They were placed precisely, leveled, and aligned. No inscriptions remain to describe the methods. No tools have been found. The work seems to have been done invisibly, by hands that left no record. One theory suggests the stones were moved using earth ramps, wooden rollers, and immense teams of workers. But even these proposals strain against the physics of weight and friction. Could muscle and will alone move hundreds of tons across uneven terrain and lift them into place? Another possibility is the use of lubricated tracks or ball bearings, systems perhaps lost to history. Some researchers propose ancient cranes powered by counterweights. But no comparable infrastructure has been uncovered, and no smaller-scale prototypes exist. Then there are the more speculative theories, that the trilithon was not the work of the Romans at all, but inherited from a much earlier culture, one with knowledge or tools now forgotten. Some point to Baalbek's position as a sacred site long before Rome, perhaps dating back to Phoenician or pre-Phoenician times. Could have been a site of astronomical observation or a platform for ritual long before Jupiter's temple rose above it. The truth remains elusive. What is clear is that Baalbek represents layers of history, each civilization building upon the one before. The Romans added their grandeur, tall columns, decorated courtyards, temples rich with myth. But beneath it all, the stones endure, older, heavier, more silent than the ruins above. The size of the trilithon seems to defy reason. Ancient builders often use large stones, but these exceed even the monoliths of Egypt and Stonehenge. Why go to such lengths? Was it symbolic, an assertion of power or permanence? Was it practical, a foundation strong enough to resist earthquakes or erosion? Or was it spiritual, an attempt to root the temple in the very bones of the earth? To stand beside one of the stones is to feel dwarfed, not just physically, but intellectually. They awaken a kind of humility, a reminder that the past holds knowledge we may never fully recover. We see the result, but not the method. We trace the outline, but the mind behind it remains in shadow. Local legends offer other explanations. Some say the stones were moved by giants or by jinn, supernatural beings bound by command. Others believe Solomon, the ancient king known for his wisdom and magical control over spirits, ordered their placement. These stories, while fantastical, speak to a deeper truth. The stones inspire awe, and awe demands stories. Modern engineers continue to debate the feasibility of various methods. Experimental archaeologists build models and run simulations. But so far, no reconstruction has satisfied all the variables. We know it was possible because the stones are there, but how remains unclear. What's more, the trilithon is not just a technical mystery. It is an artistic and cultural one. Its placement reflects intention, its mass reflects effort, and its preservation reflects reverence. Through wars, invasions, and centuries of erosion, the platform has endured. Today, Baalbek is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors come from around the world to marvel at the Roman ruins. But many pause longest at the base, where the trilithon rests unmoved and unmoving, like a question set in stone. There is a kind of silence in the stones, a silence more profound than emptiness. It is a silence of mastery, of forgotten technique, of human will etched into the fabric of nature. It is a silence that follows a task completed so perfectly that no explanation was deemed necessary. And perhaps that's what makes the trilithon so compelling. Not just its size or age, but the gap it opens in our understanding. In a world where we prize explanations, it stands as an invitation to wonder. The stones do not speak, but they endure. They wait, and in their waiting, they tell us something essential, not just about the people who place them, but about our own need to know, to understand, to reach backward to the dust of time and feel the shape of ancient minds. In the heart of ancient Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates once cradled the earliest cities, a curious artifact emerged, one that has challenged assumptions about the boundaries of ancient technology. It came not from a temple nor from the ruins of a great city, but from a collection of mundane-looking clay jars. Discovered in the 1930s near Baghdad, these vessels would come to be known as the Baghdad batteries. Simple in appearance, but possibly extraordinary in implication. Each vessel measured about 5 inches tall and consisted of a clay jar with a copper cylinder suspended inside. Within the cylinder was an iron rod, held in place by an asphalt stopper. The entire assembly was sealed tightly, yet accessible. When researchers examined the configuration, they were struck by its resemblance to a galvanic cell, a basic electrical battery. The idea took root. Could these ancient people have harnessed electricity? The notion is provocative. If an acidic liquid such as vinegar or fermented grape juice had been poured into the jar, it could have triggered a chemical reaction between the copper and iron, producing a small electric current. Replicas made in modern laboratories have confirmed this. The devices can produce between 0.5 and 1.5 volts of electricity, barely enough to tingle the skin, but undeniably functional. But the question isn't whether they could work. It's whether they were meant to. No ancient text described their use. No other clearly electrical devices have been found in association with them. The Mesopotamian civilizations that flourished in the region, Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Parthians, left behind astonishing achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. Yet electricity is never mentioned in their writings. The Baghdad batteries remain unexplained, quiet anomalies in an otherwise well-documented world. Some researchers believe the vessels were simply storage jars, used to hold scrolls, sacred objects, or perhaps for ritual purification. The copper and iron could have served symbolic or functional purposes unrelated to electricity. But others argue the design is too specific, too efficient to be accidental. The internal arrangement, the choice of materials, the seal, all suggest a knowledge of chemical interaction, if not electricity itself. What, then, might they have been used for? One theory points to electroplating, the process of using electric current to deposit a thin layer of metal onto another surface. Could ancient artisans have used the jars to coat jewelry or idols with precious metals? Some pieces of Mesopotamian jewelry do show an unusual metallic sheen, but no conclusive evidence of electroplating has been found. Another possibility is medicinal. In many ancient cultures, electricity was believed to have healing powers. Even in the Roman Empire, electric fish were used to treat pain by placing them against the skin. Perhaps these jars were used in ritual healing practices, producing a subtle current thought to relieve ailments or stimulate energy within the body. Or perhaps the electricity was never the point at all. Maybe the vessels were part of a spiritual ritual, meant to crackle, buzz, or shock as part of the ceremony. A mysterious, invisible force emerging from a sealed jar could easily have been interpreted as divine power, especially in a culture already rich with gods and omens. In that case, the jars may have been less about utility and more about experience. Some fringe theorists have taken the idea further. They suggest the batteries were evidence of a lost ancient technology, an electrical culture hidden by time. These theories imagine elaborate devices powered by rows of Baghdad batteries. Lights, machines, even transmitters. But there is no archaeological support for such claims. The jars stand alone, with no wires, no bulbs, no circuits. Whatever power they held, it seems to have been brief, symbolic, or purposefully contained. Part of the intrigue surrounding the Baghdad batteries lies in their ambiguity. They sit at the edge of possibility, believable, testable, but unverifiable in context. They invite speculation because they blur the lines between ancient and modern. We know how they could have worked, but we do not know if they did. Their very existence challenges a linear view of technological progress. It reminds us that invention is not always cumulative. Discoveries can occur, be used, and be forgotten. Knowledge can rise, vanish, and reappear in a different form. Just because something wasn't documented doesn't mean it didn't happen. And just because we rediscover technology doesn't mean we were the first to imagine it. The site where the batteries were discovered, Kajut Rabu near Baghdad, has offered few clues since. The artifacts now rest in the National Museum of Iraq, although some were damaged during years of conflict. Replicas remain in museums around the world, sparking the same quiet questions in visitors that scientists have asked for decades. What would it mean if ancient peoples had harnessed electricity? Not in the industrial sense we understand today, but as a force, mysterious, powerful, and seemingly magical. Would it reshape our view of history? Or would it simply confirm what archaeology so often suggests? That the past is stranger, more creative, and more complex than we imagine? Perhaps the true lesson of the Baghdad batteries lies not in voltage, but in vision. That someone, thousands of years ago, combined clay, metal, and fluid in a way that mirrored a concept we would not fully grasp until 19th century. That in a workshop lit by oil lamps and incense, a hand assembled something that hummed with unseen energy. It is easy to dismiss the Baghdad batteries as misinterpreted relics. Easier still to exaggerate them into proof of ancient astronauts or lost civilizations. But between those extremes lies a more profound possibility, that ancient people were curious, experimental, and not so different from us. That they, too, probed the edges of the visible world. That they, too, were captivated by what could not be seen. The Baghdad batteries do not need to power machines to spark imagination. They are a reminder that history holds small, quiet mysteries, sealed in clay, wrapped in time, waiting to be understood. In the highland plains of southeastern Zimbabwe, surrounded by dry savannas and gentle granite hills, lies a sprawling ruin of ancient stone. The walls rise in sweeping curves, built without mortar, with interlocking granite blocks so precisely fitted that they've stood for centuries in silence. These are the ruins of Great Zimbabwe, one of the most impressive and misunderstood archaeological sites in Africa, a city that once pulsed with power, culture, and trade, and that continues to echo with unanswered questions. The name Zimbabwe comes from the Shona phrase Zimba Zamabwe, houses of stone. At its peak between the 11th and 15th centuries, Great Zimbabwe was the heart of a powerful kingdom that extended across much of southern Africa. Its influence reached hundreds of kilometers in every direction. And yet, when European explorers stumbled upon it in the 19th century, they refused to believe that native Africans could have built such a place. The sprawling complex consists of three main areas: the hill complex, the great enclosure, and the valley ruins. The hill complex, perched on a rocky outcrop, is thought to have been a royal or spiritual center. The great enclosure is the most iconic. Its outer wall stretches over 250 meters in length and rises as high as 11 meters in places, built entirely from carefully shaped granite blocks stacked without cement. Within the enclosure lies a conical tower, solid and enigmatic, whose original purpose remains unclear. Was it symbolic? A granary? A representation of power? Theories abound, but none are certain. The architecture is breathtaking not just for its scale, but for its elegance. The flowing curves, careful alignments, and integrated terraces show a deep understanding of both form and function. There is no randomness in its design. It was made to last and to impress. Artifacts found at the site tell of a thriving, wealthy society. Chinese porcelain, Arabian glass, Persian tiles, and coins from the Indian Ocean trade routes all suggest that Great Zimbabwe was a key hub in a vast network of commerce. Its wealth likely came from control over local gold mines and a strategic position between inland resources and coastal trade ports, such as Sofala, now in modern Mozambique. Traders would have brought ivory, gold, and animal skins from the interior, exchanging them for cloth, beads, and ceramics from across the sea. The people who built and lived in Great Zimbabwe were ancestors of the modern Shona. Their society was complex, with evidence of class structures, skilled labor, spiritual practice, and regional influence. But they left behind no written records. Their voices, like so many in pre-colonial Africa, survive only through oral tradition and material remains. This absence of written history allowed myths, many of them rooted in racism, to take hold for centuries. When white explorers and colonists arrived in the 19th century, they were stunned by what they found: massive stone structures, intricate walls, and signs of sophisticated past. But instead of attributing it to African ingenuity, they created alternative histories, claiming it must have been built by Phoenicians, Arabs, or lost biblical tribes. These claims were rooted not in evidence, but in a refusal to believe that sub-Saharan Africa could produce such architecture and civilization on its own. It took generations of archaeology, scholarship, and political struggle to reclaim the narrative. Today, Great Zimbabwe is recognized as a product of African innovation, an architectural, cultural, and economic achievement of the highest order. Yet even with this recognition, many questions remain. Why was Great Zimbabwe abandoned? By the 15th century, the city was in decline. Its population, estimated to have been between 10,000 and 20,000, began to scatter. Several theories attempt to explain the collapse. One suggests environmental pressure. Overgrazing, deforestation, and water scarcity may have strained the city's ability to sustain its population. Another points to shifting trade routes. Coastal ports grew in importance, and inland centers like Great Zimbabwe lost access to vital networks. Political instability or internal power shifts may also have played a role, but no single explanation fully satisfies the scale and suddenness of its decline. The abandonment was not the end, however. Great Zimbabwe's influence lived on in successor states like the Kingdom of Matapa, which continued the legacy of regional power and trade. But the city itself slowly fell into disrepair, its stones weathered by wind, its grandeur lost to time. Today, the site stands as a powerful symbol of African heritage. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a point of national pride. The modern nation of Zimbabwe takes its name from the ruins, a deliberate act of reclamation and recognition. School children are taught its history. Artists draw inspiration from its walls, and visitors from around the world walk among its stones, marveling at a past that refused to be forgotten. But the mystery remains. Without written records, we must interpret the past through stones and shards, beads and bones. What rituals unfolded within the great enclosure? What decisions were made atop the hill complex? What stories did parents tell their children in the valley below? Great Zimbabwe challenges us to see African history not as a blank space, but as a rich tapestry, interconnected, dynamic, and sometimes lost beneath layers of colonial distortion. It reminds us that monumental architecture, complex societies, and global trade routes were not confined to Europe or Asia. They thrived in Africa, too, long before outsiders arrived to draw borders and write histories. In the shifting shadows of the ruined towers, under the gaze of ancient stones, there is a feeling, quiet and persistent, that something essential still lingers. Not just a mystery to solve, but a story to respect. A civilization not lost, but waiting to be remembered on its own terms. High in the mist-shrouded mountains of the Bayan Har Range in western China, far from cities and carved deep into the ancient rock, lie a series of remote caves. in the 1930s. So the story goes, a team of Chinese archaeologists led by Professor Chi Puti entered one of these caves during an expedition to study ancient burial sites. What they found there, if the tale is to be believed, will become one of the strangest and most controversial archaeological mysteries of the 20th century. Hundreds of peculiar, round stone discs with tiny hieroglyphic markings etched into their surfaces. These mysterious objects came to be known as the Dropa stones. According to reports, each stone was roughly 9 inches in diameter, with a small hole in the center, much like a primitive phonograph record. Spiraling out from the hole, inscribed into the rock, were tiny grooves containing microscopic symbols or script. The discs were said to be buried among skeletal remains of unusual proportions, short, fragile, and with disproportionately large skulls. Local legend spoke of a race called the Dropa, beings who came from the stars and were stranded on Earth long ago. The story only gained attention decades later, when Russian researchers allegedly obtained some of the stones and attempted to translate the strange markings. In the 1960s, Dr. Vyacheslav Siza published an article in a Soviet science magazine claiming that the inscriptions described the crash landing of an alien spacecraft thousands of years ago. According to these supposed translations, the Dropa were extraterrestrials who could not return to their homeworld and were eventually hunted by the local population. The narrative is extraordinary. Too extraordinary, perhaps. From the start, mainstream archaeologists were skeptical. The original Chinese expedition report was never verified. No peer-reviewed studies of the stones exist. No photographs or artifacts from the 1930s discovery have ever surfaced in official academic records. And yet, the story persists, passed along in books, television specials, and websites that explore the boundaries between archaeology and speculation. Some believe the entire tale is a fabrication, a modern myth crafted from Cold War intrigue and 20th century fascination with space travel. The names, including Chi Puti and Sizev, are difficult to trace in academic publications. The locations are vague. The artifacts have reportedly vanished, with no clear chain of custody. Skeptics argue that the Dropa stones are a hoax, a blend of folklore and imagination with no factual basis. Yet others suggest a more nuanced explanation. That unusual disc-shaped stones may indeed exist, but their meaning has been misinterpreted. In parts of China and Tibet, stone discs with central holes have been used in ancient burial customs, possibly as ritual objects, markers, or symbols. Some Neolithic Chinese artifacts bear resemblance to the descriptions of the Dropa stones, but lack any alien connection. Could the story of the Dropa be a case of misidentification, layered over time with speculative myth? Then there is the cultural context. Across the Tibetan plateau, oral traditions speak of sky people and celestial ancestors. Stories passed down for generations describe visitors from the stars, luminous beings, and strange craft. These myths, though poetic and symbolic, have fueled speculation that the Dropa narrative may have emerged from a genuine cultural memory, interpreted through a modern, extraterrestrial lens. But oral history is not archaeological evidence. And despite decades of interest, no university or museum has verified possession of even one Dropa stone. Photographs that occasionally surface online are unconvincing, often showing decorative discs without any visible script or spiral inscriptions. The originals, if they ever existed, are nowhere to be found, and yet the fascination remains. Why do stories like the Dropa endure? Perhaps it is because they invite us to challenge boundaries. They sit at the crossroads of archaeology, legend, and science fiction, just plausible enough to stir the imagination, but elusive enough to defy certainty. They speak to a deep, human longing for connection, to the stars, to ancient wisdom, to lost knowledge beyond the reach of textbooks. Whether real or imagined, the Dropa stones invite reflection on how we understand the past. Our desire to uncover hidden truths can sometimes lead us to invent them. Our eagerness to explain the mysterious can sometimes overshadow the mystery itself. If the Dropa stones were real, they would rewrite history, not just of China, but of humanity's origins. They would suggest contact, communication, even coexistence with beings from beyond our world. But without verifiable evidence, they remain speculative, resting in the realm of alternative archaeology, a category filled with questions that may never be resolved. Still, the idea lingers. stone discs, carefully carved, telling a story not kings or empires, but stars and distant voyages. A civilization that once looked up and imagined not gods in the sky, but neighbors. And in that idea lies a quiet, provocative beauty. Perhaps the Dropa stones are best understood not as artifacts, but as mirrors. They reflect our curiosity, our thirst for wonder, our readiness to believe that the past holds more than we've been told. Whether as cautionary tales of misinterpretation or as symbols of lost possibilities, they remain part of our collective imagination. In the end, the Dropa stones may be neither hoax nor fact, but something in between, a cultural echo, shaped by story, silence, and desire, a puzzle without pieces, a myth wrapped in stone. In the quiet, boggy forests of Russia's Ural Mountains, where time seems to pool like mist between the trees, an ancient figure once lay buried in the depths of a peat bog. Preserved in the cold, oxygen-starved layers of earth for thousands of years, it waited, silent, intact, and mysterious. When it was finally uncovered in 1894 by gold prospectors near the Sugar Peat Bog, it emerged as a revelation, a towering, carved wooden figure, older than any pyramid, temple, or written word. It is now known as the Sugar Idol, the oldest known wooden sculpture in the world. Radiocarbon dating places the Sugar Idol at approximately 12,000 years old, created at the end of the last ice age. To put this in perspective, it predates Stonehenge by more than 7,000 years. It was carved from a single trunk of larch, a tree that would have been centuries old at the time. Originally standing over 5 meters tall, some of the pieces were lost after its discovery, but today, nearly 3.5 meters remain, an imposing relic from a time before civilization as we know it. What strikes the observer first is not just the age of the idol, but its expression. Its surface is covered in geometric motifs, zigzag lines, faces stacked vertically, and patterns that suggest movement, order, or narrative. A haunting humanoid face peers from the top, stylized and calm, with eyes that seem to gaze beyond history itself. Below it, smaller faces and carved symbols descend in sequence, like a language etched into time. What does it mean? That question has occupied archaeologists and anthropologists for more than a century. The symbols carved into the Sugar Idol resemble none we know. They are not letters, but they may be ideograms, abstract signs representing concepts, spirits, or mythological stories. Some researchers have speculated that the idol was a spiritual object, perhaps representing deities, ancestral spirits, or natural forces. Others propose it was a cosmological map, its patterns describing the world above, the world below, and the invisible world in between. Its creators were Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, people who lived by foraging, fishing, and moving with the rhythms of the land. They had no cities, no agriculture, no writing. And yet, they carved with extraordinary precision and vision. The use of flint tools to shape the wood required patience, skill, and deliberate planning. The geometric markings are repeated with mathematical regularity, suggesting not only aesthetic purpose, but symbolic intent. The preservation of the idol was a miracle of environment. The peat bog where it was found acted as a natural time capsule, acidic and anaerobic, preventing decay. Unlike stone, wood rarely survives millennia. Without the bog's protection, the idol would have long since returned to the earth. Instead, it waited hidden from view as civilizations rose and fell, as languages were born and lost, as stories faded into silence. When the idol was discovered, it was not immediately recognized for what it was. For decades, it stood in museums as a curious artifact, misdated and underestimated. It wasn't until modern radiocarbon dating techniques were applied, first in the 1990s, then again in the 2010s, that its true age stunned the archaeological world. The results were consistent and astonishing. The Sugar Idol was nearly twice as old as previously thought. Its age alone challenges the assumptions of early human culture. Traditionally, complex symbolic art has been associated with settled societies, farming communities, temple builders, literate civilizations. But the Sugar Idol suggests otherwise, that deep symbolic thinking, myth-making, and spiritual abstraction existed even among mobile foragers, that the capacity for art and meaning-making may not depend on cities or written words, but on imagination, observation, and reverence for the unseen. What did the people who made the idol believe? Were the faces spirits, gods, ancestors? Were the lines pathways, rivers, or boundaries between worlds? Was the idol used in rituals, or did it stand in a sacred space, alone, towering over a clearing, speaking in silence to those who pass by? Some researchers believe the stacked faces represent a vertical cosmology, a view of the universe divided into layers, the heavens above, the earthly plane, and the underworld below. Others see in its lines a coded language lost to time, the repetition of motifs, the deliberate patterns. Hint at a grammar, a system of thought too distant to decode, but too structured to be dismissed. The Shigar idol offers no answers. It stands as a monument not to what we know, but to what we cannot know. It is a reminder that ancient minds were not simple, that they too asked questions about existence, about death, about what lies beyond, and that they left behind not explanations, but symbols, signs for us to interpret or simply admire. Today, the idol is housed in the Sverdlovsk Regional Museum in Ekaterinburg, where it looms over visitors like a sentinel from another age. Its face is calm. Its gaze is still. It does not tell its story, but it shares its presence. And that, in its own way, is enough. The Shigar idol is not just a relic. It is a messenger. From a time when forests stretched unbroken, when the stars were gods, and when meaning was carved into wood, not spoken aloud. It speaks of memory older than language, of artistry older than cities, of humans who looked into the unknown and left behind shapes to capture what they felt. In the stillness of that wooden face, we see not a primitive carving, but an ancient consciousness, reaching forward across 12,000 years, offering us not clarity, but wonder. In the vast emptiness of the South Pacific, over 2,000 miles from the nearest continent, lies a small island known as Rapa Nui, more widely called Easter Island. Isolated, windswept, and only 63 square miles in size, it is one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. And yet, scattered across its rolling hills of volcanic slopes stand nearly 1,000 enormous stone figures, silent, stoic, and enigmatic. These are the Moai, carved centuries ago by the island's Polynesian inhabitants, and they remain among the most haunting archaeological icons in the world. At first glance, the Moai appear as giant heads, their elongated faces staring inland with solemn expressions. But most are, in fact, full-bodied statues, torso and arms carved in bas-relief. Many have simply been buried up to their necks by centuries of shifting soil and volcanic ash. When excavated, the Moai reveal carved hands resting on their bellies, as well as subtle symbols and ceremonial designs etched into their backs. Ranging in height from a modest few feet to a staggering 33 feet and weighing up to 80 tons, the Moai were quarried from the volcanic tuff of Reno Raraku, a crater that served as a massive open-air sculpture workshop. Hundreds more unfinished figures remain embedded in the slopes of the crater, frozen mid-creation, as if their makers simply walked away. Who built them? And why? The people of Rapa Nui arrived from Polynesia around 1200 CE. They brought with them traditions of navigation, agriculture, and ancestor worship. The Moai are believed to represent deified ancestors or high-ranking chiefs, figures of power meant to embody protection and connection between the human and the spiritual realms. Their faces look inland, not toward the sea, as if watching over the communities they once led. The statues once stood on platforms called ahu, ceremonial stone foundations, many of which also served as burial sites. These platforms were often located along the coast, their Moai facing inland toward the villages, forming a sacred boundary between land and sea, life and beyond. Red stone topknots, or pakeo, made from a different volcanic material, were placed on some of the statues' heads, perhaps representing hair or status. But how were these massive figures moved? The Moai were carved at Reno Raraku, yet they are found across the island, some over 10 miles away. This has long puzzled researchers. Without wheels, cranes, or beasts of burden, how did the Rapa Nui people transport such immense loads across rugged terrain? Early theories suggested the use of log rollers, with teams of people dragging the Moai on wooden sledges. Others proposed wooden frames or tracks. But these explanations pose problems. Chiefly, the immense weight of the statues and the risk of damage in transit. In recent years, a compelling theory has emerged. The Moai were walked. According to Rapa Nui oral tradition, the statues move themselves, guided by mana, a sacred spiritual force. While this was long thought to be metaphorical, experimental archaeologists have tested the idea literally. Using ropes and coordinated teams on either side of a replica statue, they manage to rocket forward in a shuffling motion, pivoting side to side like a giant taking slow, deliberate steps. The technique not only worked, but left distinctive wear patterns on the base of the statue, consistent with those seen on moai across the island. If correct, this method would have required skill, coordination, and deep ritual knowledge, turning the act of transport into a ceremonial procession rather than mere labor. The moai were not just moved, they were animated. And yet, even with these insights, much about the moai remains uncertain. Their expressions are serene, but unreadable. Their exact identities are lost to time. The rituals surrounding their creation and placement have faded. Many statues were toppled during periods of social upheaval, possibly during civil wars, or as symbolic acts of rebellion during later colonial contact. Earthquakes and erosion played a role, too, leaving some statues broken or buried. The decline of moai construction coincided with a dramatic ecological and social shift on the island. Over time, Rapa Nui's forests were depleted, likely due to overharvesting for agriculture, building materials, and perhaps removing the statues. Without trees, erosion increased, crops failed, and water sources dried. The society fractured. Oral histories speak of warfare, famine, and even cannibalism. By the time Europeans arrived in the 18th century, Rapa Nui had changed. The moai still stood, but their makers lived in a very different world. Later, colonial powers and slave raids further decimated the population, and many of the island's cultural practices were suppressed or lost. Despite these hardships, the moai endured. Today, efforts to restore and protect the statues have brought many back to their platforms. Local Rapa Nui descendants, working alongside archaeologists, have reclaimed the narrative, reconnecting with the artistry, engineering, and spirituality of their ancestors. The moai are no longer seen as mute relics, but as living symbols of resilience, identity, and memory. They continue to watch, not just over villages, but over the curious eyes of modern visitors who arrive from far-off places, drawn by mystery. The statues give no answers. They do not explain themselves. And yet, they compel attention. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not how the moai were carved or moved, but why their makers devoted so much effort to them. In a harsh environment, with limited resources, a small population chose to invest centuries in creating hundreds of silent stone figures. This suggests something profound, a worldview in which ancestors never left, in which spiritual presence required physical form, in which remembering was as important as surviving. The moai were not decorations. They were anchors between generations, between earth and spirit, between past and future. To stand before moai is to feel the weight of that connection. Their eyes may be empty, but their gaze is full of intention, full of presence. And so they stand, scattered across the island's hills and coasts, half buried, weathered by time, but unbowed. They whisper nothing, and in that silence they speak. In 1513, on a piece of gazelle skin parchment, an Ottoman admiral and cartographer named Piri Reis drew a map that would, centuries later, baffle historians, geographers, and conspiracy theorists alike. Known today as the Piri Reis map, it is a fragment of a larger world chart, notable not only for its beauty and detail, but for one extraordinary claim, that it appears to depict the coastline of Antarctica, 300 years before the continent was officially discovered. The surviving portion of the map, discovered in 1929 in the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, shows parts of the western coast of Europe and North Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and some Atlantic islands. But what captured global fascination was a southern landmass, an oddly shaped region that some believe corresponds to Queen Maud Land, a portion of Antarctica's coast. The detail is striking and even more curious. Some argue it shows the continent's shoreline not as it appears now beneath miles of ice, but as it might have looked ice-free. How could a 16th century mapmaker have known such a thing? To answer that, we must first consider Piri Reis himself. He was a respected naval commander in the Ottoman Empire and a skilled cartographer. In his own writings, he claimed the map was not original but a compilation, pieced together from many older charts, some from ancient Greece, others possibly from Arabic or even Phoenician sources. He explicitly references using maps from the time of Alexander the Great and speaks of 20 charts and Mappe Mundi as his sources. He did not claim to discover new lands, only to record what others had already drawn. The idea that ancient maps might preserve knowledge lost to history has long fascinated researchers. Could some pre-classical seafarers have explored the southern oceans? Could there have been earlier global maps, now lost, from which details were copied forward over centuries? Some proponents of this theory point to the Orontius Phineas map of 1531 and other early charts that also depict the southern continent. They argue that ancient civilizations, perhaps the Phoenicians, Egyptians, or even forgotten advanced culture, may have charted the world with a level of detail we never imagined. The Pyre Reis map, in this view, is a remnant of that lost knowledge. However, most mainstream historians take a more cautious stance. They agree the map is remarkable for its time, but suggest more grounded explanations. The Antarctica depicted may simply be a misrepresentation of South America's southern extension, drawn with distortion due to limited information. Early cartographers often struggled with scale, orientation, and the merging of incomplete data. The coastline may resemble Antarctica by coincidence, or due to the interpretation of older, erroneous sources. Moreover, the idea that the map shows an ice-free Antarctica is based on modern interpretations rather than 16th century understanding. Antarctica is today buried under a thick ice sheet, and while some speculate that parts of it were ice-free during the last interglacial period, around 120,000 years ago, there is no evidence that humans mapped it then, nor that such knowledge survived into the medieval world. Even so, the Pyre Reis map raises intriguing questions about the transmission of geographic knowledge. The age of exploration was just beginning. Columbus had sailed to the Americas only 2 decades earlier. Yet Pyre Reis's map shows parts of the New World with surprising accuracy, including what may be the mouth of the Amazon River. His knowledge came from captured European charts, including those allegedly drawn by Columbus himself. The map is a palimpsest of exploration, Ottoman, European, and perhaps older still. What makes the map so captivating is not just its content, but its existence at the intersection of legend and science. It invites speculation. Did ancient mariners sail farther than we think? Did libraries like the one in Alexandria preserve charts now lost? Could there be echoes of forgotten exploration in the documents that survived through conquest, copying, and trade? The artistic details of the Pyre Reis map also deepen its mystery. Stylized ships sail across the oceans. Exotic animals, the land masses. Inscriptions written in Ottoman Turkish describe the regions, often with poetic flair. One note claims, the coasts and islands on this map are taken from 20 charts and Mappe Mundi. Another notes the difficulty of measuring longitude accurately, a challenge not solved until centuries later. Pyre Reis himself met a tragic end. Though once highly respected, he was executed in 1553 on charges of disobedience during a military campaign. His later maps, including a Second World map created in 1528, have not survived in full. What remains is this one extraordinary piece, a window into both the known world of the early 1500s and the unknown world of pre-modern geography. The fascination with the Pyre Reis map endures. It appears in documentaries, books, and speculative histories. It is cited in theories about ancient seafaring, Atlantis, and even extraterrestrial contact. Its allure lies not only in what it shows, but in how much it leaves unsaid. It is a canvas of possibility, drawn at the threshold between knowledge and imagination. Whether it depicts Antarctica or not, whether it draws on ancient sources or recent ones, the map reflects a world in motion, a time when explorers, scholars, and traders were redrawing the boundaries of the known. It captures the ambition to understand the Earth, to chart its coasts and currents, to give form to the mysterious. The Pyre Reis map reminds us that history is not always a straight line. That knowledge can be lost and found, distorted and preserved. That even in a time without satellites or GPS, human beings looked outward with curiosity and inward with purpose. They drew what they knew, guessed what they didn't, and passed it on. In the elegant curves and cryptic notations of that old gazelle-skin parchment, we see not just geography, but legacy, a trace of those who charted the edge of the known, and who, in doing so, left a mystery behind. In the golden haze of Egypt's desert, on the Giza Plateau, the Great Sphinx sits in timeless stillness, half lion, half human, carved from a single mass of limestone. It is both familiar and enigmatic, a symbol of ancient Egypt's grandeur and a riddle that continues to stir debate more than 4,500 years after creation. Traditionally attributed to Pharaoh Khafre and dated to around 2500 BC, the Sphinx has long been considered part of the Fourth Dynasty's architectural legacy. But over the past few decades, an unconventional theory has emerged, one that proposes the Sphinx might be far older than Egypt's dynasties themselves. At the heart of this theory lies water. The Sphinx is weathered. Deep vertical fissures and undulating patterns scar its enclosure walls. This erosion does not match the typical damage seen on other nearby monuments, which were worn primarily by wind and sand. Instead, these patterns seem to suggest prolonged exposure to running water, rainfall that would have been plentiful in Egypt's distant past, long before the Sahara became a desert. In the 1990s, this observation sparked a scholarly firestorm when geologist Dr. Robert Schoch of Boston University proposed that the erosion on the Sphinx could date back as far as 7000 BC or even earlier. According to Schoch, the last time Egypt experienced consistent, heavy rainfall was during the African humid period, thousands of years before the rise of pharaonic Egypt. If the Sphinx was already carved during that time, it would push its origins back into prehistory, into an era when no known civilization in Egypt existed. Schoch's conclusions were based on geological analysis rather than archaeological tradition. He argued that the type and depth of erosion, particularly the rounded weathering on the Sphinx's enclosure walls, was more consistent with water runoff than with wind. While the body of the Sphinx is deeply worn, the head, recarved, possibly in later times, shows much less damage, supporting the idea that it had a much longer geological exposure. The implications were dramatic. If the Sphinx predates dynastic Egypt by thousands of years, who built it? What civilization existed then with the knowledge, tools, and symbolic understanding to carve such a massive structure? Could there have been a lost culture, one that predated the pharaohs, the pyramids, even writing itself? Mainstream Egyptologists were quick to challenge the theory. Most scholars maintain that the Sphinx was built during the reign of Khafre, around 2500 BCE, as part of a grand funerary complex that includes the Second Pyramid and the Valley Temple. This timeline is supported by the architectural alignment, the style of construction, and the proximity of statues bearing Khafre's likeness. Critics of the water erosion theory argue that the weathering patterns can be explained by other natural processes, such as salt crystal exfoliation, temperature changes, or subterranean water rising to the porous limestone. They point out that the Giza Plateau has undergone thousands of years of exposure, and that the Sphinx's enclosure acts as a catchment for rare but powerful desert rainfall, which could mimic the effect of more consistent water flow over time. But the debate remains unresolved. What adds to the mystery is the lack of inscriptions. The Sphinx bears no hieroglyphs, no identifying marks, no text from the time of its supposed construction. This is unusual for Egyptian monuments, which were often lavishly inscribed with royal names and deeds. If Khafre truly built the Sphinx, why did he leave no written record of it? Over the years, other researchers have added their voices to the debate. Author John Anthony West collaborated with Schoch and proposed that the Sphinx might be part of a far older tradition of sacred architecture, possibly created by a civilization that was destroyed by natural catastrophe or absorbed by later cultures. Alternative theorists have linked the Sphinx to Atlantis, ancient seafarers, or survivors of an earlier lost epoch. Still, evidence for such a civilization remains elusive. No settlements, tools, or artifact from 1700 BC Egypt suggest the presence of society capable of large-scale stonework. The leap from hunter-gatherer cultures to monument builders would be vast and unprecedented in the archaeological record. Yet the Sphinx endures as it always has, defying easy answers. Its scale is monumental, 240 feet long and 66 feet high, carved directly into the bedrock. It may have once worn a ceremonial headdress and beard, and some believe it originally bore the head of a lion, its current human face being a later modification. If true, This would further complicate the timeline and point toward a layered history of reuse and reinterpretation. Satellite imaging and underground scanning have revealed cavities beneath the Sphinx and the surrounding plateau, natural chambers or possibly man-made structures whose full nature has yet to be explored. These findings have fueled further speculation that deeper secrets lie hidden beneath the sand, records, tombs, or clues to the Sphinx's true origin. For now, the water erosion hypothesis remains controversial, respected by some geologists, dismissed by most Egyptologists. It occupies a liminal space in the study of ancient history, not proven, not disproven, but persistently intriguing. And perhaps that's the enduring power of the Sphinx. Not just its scale or craftsmanship, but its refusal to yield to explanation. It is not merely a monument. It is a question, a riddle in stone. One that asks not just who built it or when, but how we decide what we believe about the past. Whether it was shaped by Kafir's artisans or by forgotten people under ancient reigns, the Great Sphinx watches still. It has seen kingdoms rise and fall, sands shift, scholars argue, and theories come and go. Through it all, it remains weathered, patient, inscrutable. And in that stillness, the Sphinx continues to whisper the one thing it has always said. There is more to the past than we know. In the heart of China's Shaanxi province, beneath a man-made hill that rises gently above the surrounding plains, lies one of the most enigmatic and untouched monuments in the ancient world. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, China's first emperor. It is a tomb shrouded in silence, surrounded by legends and sealed by both design and caution. While the nearby terracotta army has been studied and celebrated, the central burial chamber itself has never been opened. What lies inside remains a matter of awe, speculation, and restrained curiosity. Qin Shi Huang, who unified China in 221 BCE after years of bloody warfare, was a ruler obsessed with permanence. He standardized currency, script, and measurement systems across the empire. He ordered the beginnings of the Great Wall. And from the moment he ascended to power, he began planning his own resting place, a subterranean realm that would mirror the world he had conquered. Historical records, especially those of the ancient historian Sima Qian, describe the tomb in poetic and astonishing terms. According to his writings, the emperor's tomb contains palaces, towers, and entire landscapes rendered in miniature. Rivers of flowing mercury were said to represent China's great waterways, the Yangtze, the Yellow, and beyond, engineered to shimmer in the dark like lifeblood beneath a celestial dome. Above, the ceiling of the tomb was said to be encrusted with precious stones arranged to reflect the constellations, forming a map of the heavens to guide the emperor through the afterlife. If these descriptions are true, then Qin Shi Huang's tomb may be the largest and most elaborate burial site in human history. And yet it remains sealed, untouched for over 2,000 years. What has been uncovered is staggering in itself. In 1974, local farmers digging a well stumbled upon what would become one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, the terracotta army. Thousands of life-size clay soldiers stood silently beneath the earth, arranged in battle formation, guarding the approach to the emperor's tomb. Each figure was uniquely detailed, from facial expressions to armor and weaponry. Alongside them stood clay horses, bronze chariots, and even acrobats and musicians, an entire court frozen in clay. To date, more than 8,000 soldiers have been unearthed, and it's believed that thousands more remain buried. This incredible effort speaks to the vast resources Qin Shi Huang wielded, and to the fearsome grip he held over his realm. According to some texts, over 700,000 laborers were conscripted to build a tomb over a span of nearly 4 decades. And yet, for all this excavation, the emperor's burial chamber remains closed. Why? The answer is both technical and ethical. The main tomb mound, which rises nearly 250 feet, has been partially mapped using ground-penetrating radar and other remote sensing techniques. These surveys suggest the presence of large hollow chambers and walls, structures that align with ancient descriptions. But opening the tomb presents immense risks. The interior could be unstable, vulnerable to collapse. Exposure to air and moisture could destroy ancient materials the moment they are disturbed. And if rivers of mercury truly flow inside, there are serious safety concerns. High levels of mercury have been detected in the soil around the tomb mound, lending weight to the old stories. Moreover, there is a cultural and philosophical caution at play. Many archaeologists and Chinese officials believe that the technology to properly preserve and study what lies inside does not yet exist. They argue that rushing to open the tomb could irreparably damage its contents. Patience, in this case, is an act of respect, both for the dead and for fragile knowledge of the past. Still, the questions persist. What secrets lie within the sealed tomb? What technologies, artworks, texts, or relics might survive inside that haven't been seen in 2 millennia? Could there be lost writings, history, philosophies, or maps preserved in total darkness? Could the celestial map on the ceiling teach us something about ancient Chinese astronomy? Could the rivers of Mercury be more than symbolic? Some theories suggest the tomb may contain advanced knowledge or even unknown inventions, given Qin Shi Huang's obsession with immortality and the supernatural. The emperor famously sent expeditions in search of the elixir of life and employed alchemists in his court. Ironically, many believe his death was hastened by ingesting mercury pills intended to grant eternal life. The very idea of a hidden world beneath the earth, a buried empire complete with stars and rivers, feels like something out of myth. And yet, the tomb is real. It exists beneath the soil, silently waiting. Its guardian army has been unearthed. Its entrance has been identified, and yet its heart remains untouched. This creates a unique tension in the world of archaeology, the thrill of discovery balanced against the responsibility of preservation. The longer the tomb stays sealed, the better the chances of studying it intact in the future. But the longer it remains sealed, the deeper the mystery grows. There is also something poetic in this restraint. A leader who sought to live forever now lies undisturbed, his grave respected by generations. His empire long gone, but his resting place still untouched. In an age when secrets are rare and mysteries often solved, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang remains one of the last great unknowns. The emperor who built walls across mountains and armies from clay still commands awe, not with the threat of power, but with the silence of what he left behind. And so the hill stands, green and quiet, under the changing Chinese sky. It holds its breath. It keeps its secrets. One day, perhaps, the tomb will open. Perhaps we will descend into the emperor's afterlife and find stars on the ceiling and mercury flowing like rivers. Or perhaps we will find something entirely unexpected. Something that will shift the way we see not just China's past, but humanity's. Until then, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang waits. In the annals of ancient storytelling, few names ignite the imagination like Atlantis, a fabled island city, rich and powerful, beautiful and strange, lost beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. Though its origin lies in the writings of Plato more than 2,000 years ago, Atlantis has taken on a life far beyond philosophy. It has become a symbol of lost wisdom, of forgotten civilizations, of the delicate balance between human ambition and nature's fury. But was it ever real? Plato's tale appears in 2 of his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. According to the narrative, Atlantis was a powerful naval empire situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, generally believed to refer to the Strait of Gibraltar. It was said to have existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, making it incredibly ancient even by his standards. The Atlanteans grew arrogant, waged war against the known world, and were ultimately punished by the gods, swallowed by the sea in a cataclysmic event. Plato claimed the story was passed down from Egyptian priests to the Athenian statesman Solon, and from him to Plato's family. But even in antiquity, scholars disagreed about whether the tale was literal history or philosophical allegory. Plato may have used Atlantis as a cautionary metaphor, an imagined civilization destroyed by its own hubris, contrasted with the idealized Athens of his vision. And yet the idea stuck. Over the centuries, Atlantis became a puzzle waiting to be solved. From Renaissance thinkers to 19th century romantics, explorers and scholars searched for evidence of its existence. The idea that a once great civilization could vanish without a trace proved irresistible. Some believed it was a memory of a real historical event, distorted over time. Others believed it was entirely fiction, but fiction that rang strangely true. One of the most enduring theories links Atlantis to the volcanic island of Santorini, known in antiquity as Thera. Around 1600 BCE, a catastrophic eruption obliterated much of the island, and its advanced Minoan civilization. Ash from the explosion reached as far as Egypt. Could this sudden destruction, occurring in a flourishing maritime culture, be the seed of Plato's myth? Supporters of the Santorini theory point to the sophisticated architecture, art, and trade networks of the Minoans, suggesting that ancient memories of their downfall might have inspired the Atlantis narrative. The geography fits in a metaphorical sense, an island shattered by fire and swallowed by sea. But Santorini lies within the Mediterranean, not beyond the Pillars of Hercules. And the timeline is closer to Plato's era than he claimed. Other theories abound. Some place Atlantis in the Azores, a volcanic island chain in the mid-Atlantic. Underwater plateaus and sea mounts in the region have stirred speculation of sunken lands. Others point to the Caribbean, the coast of Spain, or even Antarctica, suggesting that a lost continent might lie beneath its ice sheets. Fringe theorists propose extraterrestrial connections or ancient civilizations with forgotten technologies. Theories stretch across oceans and epochs, driven less by evidence than by longing. What keeps Atlantis alive in our minds is not data, but desire. It offers a canvas onto which we project our dreams of a golden age, a time when knowledge, art, and power flourish in harmony. A world more advanced than our own, yet somehow more innocent. A civilization undone not by decline, but by disaster, in that it becomes both a warning and a wish. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Atlantis took on new life in the spiritual and esoteric movements. Writers like Helena Blavatsky and Edgar Cayce spoke of Atlantis as a cradle of ancient wisdom, filled with energy crystals and psychic powers. These interpretations had little to do with Plato's vision, but tapped into a yearning for secret knowledge, an origin story that defied the dry timelines of academic history. Even in modern popular culture, Atlantis thrives. It appears in novels, films, video games, and documentaries. It is imagined as a gleaming utopia beneath the sea, a ruin of ancient machines, or a gateway to other worlds. Each retelling adds new layers, recasting the myth for a new generation. The real Atlantis, if it ever existed, becomes harder to find beneath the weight of our fantasies. And yet, some scholars suggest there may be value in the search, even if Atlantis itself is mythical. Human history is filled with lost cities. Troy was once considered a myth until it was found. The jungles of Central America and the sands of Sahara have yielded ruins once thought fictional. Beneath our oceans lie the outlines of temples, walls, and roads swallowed by rising seas. While Atlantis may not exist, stories like it remind us to keep looking, to question, to explore, to consider what might lie just beyond the maps. More than a location, Atlantis has become a metaphor for loss and mystery. It speaks to the fragility of human achievement. One moment, a city gleams with marble and music. The next, it is gone, buried by water, fire, or time. In that sense, Atlantis is not unique. Every civilization faces the edge of the unknown. Every culture eventually becomes a layer in the earth. Why does Atlantis endure? Because we are drawn to the idea that something greater came before us, that our ancestors knew things we have forgotten, that the past holds secrets waiting to be rediscovered. Atlantis reminds us that history is not just a list of dates and kings, but a vast ocean of stories, some real, some imagined, all echoing with the voices of those who came before. Whether it lies beneath the sea or within our minds, Atlantis remains a riddle without an answer. And perhaps that's the point. High in the shadows of the Himalayan foothills, amid the remote and spiritual landscapes of Nepal, lies a curious artifact that has puzzled alternative historians and fueled the imaginations of those who believe our past may be far stranger than we realize. It is called the Laladov plate, a smooth, circular stone disc measuring about 22 centimeters in diameter, adorned with strange spiraling patterns, undeciphered symbols, and most notably, a figure that many interpret as distinctly humanoid but not quite human. What makes the Laladov plate remarkable isn't merely its age or origin, which remain unclear and debated, but the image that sits quietly at its edge. Etched into the stone is what appears to be a humanoid figure with a bulbous head, large eyes, and a slender body. Features often described as resembling the so-called gray aliens familiar to modern UFO lore. This one image, so small and out of place, has transformed an obscure artifact into a focal point for some of the most provocative theories about humanity's origins. According to proponents of the ancient astronaut hypothesis, a school of thought popularized by authors like Erich von Däniken, the Lalidov plate is evidence that extraterrestrial beings visited Earth in antiquity. They argue that the spiral symbols on the plate may represent galaxies or dimensions, and that the humanoid figure is not merely decorative, but documentary, a literal depiction of a non-human intelligence. These ideas, while widely rejected in academic circles, have persisted and spread, largely because of how compelling the visual seems. The plate feels like a relic from an alternate history, one where visitors from the stars left behind traces in temples, mythologies, and perhaps even stone discs buried in Himalayan soil. Yet when examined more closely, the Lalidov plate becomes far more difficult to pin down. Its provenance is uncertain. Unlike more rigorously documented archaeological finds, the plate lacks a clear excavation history. It is said it had been discovered in Nepal in the early 20th century and eventually came into the possession of a man named Klaus Dohna, an Austrian researcher known for curating artifacts that challenge conventional historical narratives. Beyond that, its documentation is vague. No major museum or academic institution has officially studied or cataloged it in depth. This lack of scholarly attention has left the plate in a kind of limbo. Most archaeologists regard it as either a misidentified ceremonial object or a modern fabrication. Without dating, contextual materials, or peer-reviewed studies, it's impossible to establish whether the plate is ancient at all or even authentic. The spiral motifs, often interpreted as galaxies or energy patterns by alternative theorists, are not unique to the Lalidov plate. Similar swirling designs appear in Neolithic and Bronze Age art across the world, from the megalithic tombs of Ireland to the petroglyphs of the American Southwest. In many cases, these spirals are believed to represent natural cycles of time, fertility, the sun, or the cosmos. They may symbolize movement, transformation, or spiritual journeys. Their interpretation varies across cultures and is rarely definitive. The humanoid figure, too, is ambiguous. Its shape, while unusual, can be read in many ways. Some see an alien. Others, a stylized shaman in trance, perhaps wearing ceremonial attire. In traditional Himalayan and Tibetan art, spiritual beings and deities are often depicted with exaggerated features, masks, or luminous halos. Visual cues that denote otherworldliness in a symbolic, not literal, sense. What, then, is the Lalidov plate? It may be a local artifact, misunderstood and mythologized over time. Or it may be something more recent, created or altered during the surge of interest in UFOs and ancient mysteries that blossomed in the mid-20th century. Some researchers have suggested that it may be a hoax, created specifically to stir intrigue or support fringe theories. But even if it is a modern creation, the plate's enduring appeal tells us something meaningful. It taps into a deep vein of human curiosity, a hunger to connect the dots between the ancient and the cosmic, the terrestrial and the unknown. We are pattern seekers by nature. In the face of mystery, we imagine stories that help us feel part of something greater. This is not new. Ancient mythologies are filled with beings from the sky. Gods who descend in chariots, fiery wheels, or shimmering lights. The Dogon people of Mali tell of visitors from Sirius. The Hopi speak of star ancestors. Hindu epics describe flying machines and battles among the heavens. Whether literal or metaphorical, these stories reflect a timeless impulse to reach upward, to imagine that we are not alone. In that sense, the Lalidov plate, whatever its origin, functions as a mirror. It reflects our questions back at us. What if our ancestors knew more than we give them credit for? What if symbols we dismiss as abstract were rooted in experiences we no longer understand? What if history is not a straight line but a spiral? To mainstream science, the answers are simpler. The plate, if genuine, may be a ceremonial object. Its spirals representing natural cycles or religious rituals. The figure may be a shaman, a deity, or a human in sacred regalia. Its mystery lies not in extraterrestrial contact, but in the vast gulf of time that separates our understanding from the culture that created it. Still, the Lalidov plate remains a point of fascination. In museum exhibits, online forums, and late-night documentaries, it resurfaces, always accompanied by the same questions. Not because it proves anything conclusively, but because it offers a blank slate upon which to draw a possibility. It is quiet, smooth, unassuming. And yet, in the hands of those who seek mysteries in stone, it speaks volumes. Off the southern coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, beneath the waves where warm currents brush against coral and volcanic ridges, lies one of the world's most abated underwater formations. Rising abruptly from the seafloor like the remnants of a forgotten city is a colossal, step-like structure, massive stone terraces, angular ledges, and what appear to be carved platforms. Some call it the Yonaguni Monument. Others call it proof that a lost civilization once thrived here, only to be claimed by the sea. Discovered in 1986 by local diver Kahachiro Aratake while scouting for hammerhead sharks. The site quickly drew attention not only for its strange appearance, but for what it seemed to imply. From above, the structure resembles a massive ziggurat or step pyramid, with horizontal layers and flat surfaces. Some divers claim to see stairs, roads, archways, even what appear to be tool marks etched into stone. The monument measures over 150 meters long and 25 meters high, large enough to rival some ancient temples on land. To some, this was a clear sign of intelligent construction. Japanese professor and marine geologist Masaaki Kimura became one of the site's most vocal supporters. He has argued that the formation is man-made, possibly built over 10,000 years ago before sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. According to his surveys, the site includes features resembling a castle, a stadium, and even a ceremonial pool. Kimura believes it could be part of a lost Pacific civilization, perhaps predating all known Asian cultures, an echo, perhaps, of the mythical Mu or Lemuria. But not everyone agrees. Many geologists and archaeologists view the Yonaguni Monument as a naturally occurring formation shaped by tectonic activity, ocean currents, and the fracturing properties of local sandstone. The region is known for its seismic instability, and the rock layers naturally cleave into right angles. Over thousands of years, shifting plates and underwater erosion could have sculpted the site's geometric features. To these scientists, the apparent steps, pillars, and passageways are examples of pareidolia, the tendency of the human mind to perceive patterns, especially those resembling human architecture, in natural forms. This divergence of interpretation lies at the heart of the Yonaguni mystery. When is a structure shaped by nature, and when is it touched by human hands? And in a world where so many ancient monuments have been lost or misunderstood, can we be sure of the line? Supporters of the man-made theory often cite anomalies at the site, holes that look like post sockets, channels resembling drainage systems, and nearby stones arranged in apparent patterns. They point to inscriptions or carvings, though faint and disputed, and even upright megaliths that seem deliberately placed. Kimura has even suggested that tools or pottery fragments have been found in the area, although these claims remain contested and unverified by independent studies. Critics counter that these features are either ambiguous or entirely natural. They argue that the monument's scale and form are too vast and unwieldy for prehistoric builders without advanced tools or writing. Moreover, there is no surrounding evidence, no settlements, no relics, no artifacts linking the site to any known culture. It is, in their view, a fascinating but misleading geological curiosity. And yet, the ocean is vast and silent. It preserves and conceals in equal measure. The rising seas that followed the end of the last ice age submerged countless coastal landscapes. Today, we find traces of ancient dwellings, forests, and even roads beneath the waves, suggesting that human history may stretch farther and deeper than we assume. Could Yonaguni be part of such a forgotten chapter? The broader context is compelling. Similar underwater sites have been reported near India's Gulf of Cambay, off the coast of Cuba, and in the Mediterranean, structures that challenge our assumptions about ancient geography. Some scholars believe coastal civilizations, clustered near rivers and harbors, may have lost vast portions of their architecture to the ocean during sudden climatic shifts. In this light, the Yonaguni Monument becomes part of a global pattern, a reminder that our maps are incomplete and our timelines perhaps too neat. Whether natural or crafted, it prompts questions that archaeologists, geologists, and historians must grapple with. What did the world look like 12,000 years ago? What lies beneath the seas we now cross with ease? For the people of Yonaguni, the monument holds a quieter meaning. It draws divers and dreamers, researchers and skeptics. It's a site where science and story meet, where the slow rhythm of currents moves across stone and where silence stirs imagination. Local legends speak of an ancient kingdom lost to the waves, of fishermen who once glimpsed temples beneath the sea. These tales may be metaphor, or they may be memory distorted by time. Perhaps the greatest mystery of Yonaguni is not what it is, but how it makes us feel. The way it blurs the line between human and natural, between history and geology. The way it reminds us that the past is not fully written, and that even in an age of satellites and sonar, some questions remain submerged. And maybe that's why Yonaguni continues to fascinate. Not because it offers certainty, but because it resists it. In its carved-looking corners and shadowed terraces, we see both the hand of nature and the echo of lost hands. We see not just rock, but possibility. In the dry, sun-bleached desert cemeteries of Peru, buried beneath layers of sand and time, archaeologists have uncovered human remains that seem, at first glance, impossibly alien. Skulls with dramatically elongated craniums, taller, longer, and more oval-shaped than anything found in modern anatomy. Stare back with quiet mystery. These are not isolated finds. Dozens, even hundreds, have been recovered in sites like Paracas, Nazca, and Cusco. And they are not unique to South America. Similar elongated skulls have been discovered across the globe, from Egypt and Iraq to the South Pacific and parts of Eastern Europe. What were these skulls? And what do they mean? The scientific explanation begins with a practice known as cranial deformation. For thousands of years, in many cultures, parents shaped the skulls of infants by binding their heads with cloth, boards, or other implements. This process, done while the bones were still soft and pliable, could result in dramatically altered skull shapes, tall, conical, or flattened forms that were considered beautiful, spiritual, or indicative of high status. Cranial deformation was a widespread cultural practice. In the Andes, it was seen as a marker of nobility or divine heritage. Among the ancient Maya, it may have reflected ideals of beauty and social identity. In Europe and Asia, the Huns and other nomadic tribes also practiced skull shaping. The reasons varied: status, spirituality, aesthetics, but the method was deliberate and consistent. In most cases, these altered skulls retain the internal structure of a normal human cranium. The volume of the brain case doesn't increase. It simply changes shape. This is a key distinction. The elongation is external, not internal. The brain itself remains the same size and function. Medical examinations, CT scans, and comparative anatomy confirm that the vast majority of elongated skulls are the result of intentional modification, not evolutionary difference. And yet, a few skulls seem different. In Paracas, Peru, a series of particularly pronounced skulls have stirred intense debate. Some of these specimens, according to fringe researchers and independent enthusiasts, appear to have structural anomalies that don't match standard cranial deformation. These include larger cranial capacity, different suture patterns, and unusual placement of the foramen magnum. The hole at the base of the skull where the spinal cord connects. This has led to provocative, though unproven, theories. Some suggest that these skulls may belong to an ancient subspecies of human, now extinct. Others reach further, proposing that the Paracas people may have descended from an unknown hominid lineage, or even from extraterrestrial visitors. DNA testing has been attempted on several skulls, with varying degrees of credibility and scientific rigor. Most studies remain inconclusive, either due to contamination, degradation of the genetic material, or lack of peer review. Mainstream anthropologists remain cautious. While the Paracas skulls are indeed unusual in appearance, most agree they still fall within the broad range of human variation, especially when accounting for cultural modification and natural genetic diversity. The more dramatic claims, they argue, are fueled by internet speculation and a fascination with the otherworldly rather than by solid evidence. Still, the mystery endures. Part of what makes these skulls so haunting is their visual impact. They do not look normal by modern standards. The elongated shape, combined with deep eye sockets and narrow faces, evokes comparisons to the stylized depictions of gods, kings, and mythological beings found in ancient art. Some even resemble the gray alien archetype common in modern popular culture. This resemblance has inspired a wave of alternative interpretations. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that early humans may have interacted with beings from other worlds, emulating their appearance through skull shaping as a form of reverence or mimicry. Others believe the skulls are remnants of a forgotten high civilization, one that vanished before history began. While these ideas remain speculative, they highlight something deeper, the way ancient remains can challenge our sense of certainty. The skulls force us to confront the vast diversity of human expression, how societies throughout time have reshaped the body to reflect the soul, to signal belonging, or to honor the divine. They also remind us that our own perceptions are shaped by modern assumptions about what is normal or natural. Beyond the theories and debates, there is also a human story. The children whose skulls were shaped in infancy did not choose their path. They were born into cultures where identity, beauty, and belief were etched not just into language or clothing, but into bone itself. Their elongated heads marked them from birth as different, perhaps as elite, perhaps as sacred. They lived and died within systems of meaning we can only partially understand. Today, their remains rest in museum cases or archaeological vaults, silent ambassadors from a world that measured the human form differently. They do not speak, but they ask questions. What does it mean to change the body to reflect the mind? What boundaries lie between biology and belief? How many ways are there to be human? In Peru's Paracas Museum, some of the most striking skulls are displayed behind glass. Tourists and scholars alike peer in, wondering. Outside, the desert stretches silent and wide. The wind moves softly over sand and stone. Somewhere beneath that same earth, more secrets lie waiting. More skulls, more stories, more echoes of lives shaped by hands, by culture, by dreams. Were the elongated skulls simply an aesthetic tradition? Or are they clues to something deeper, older, stranger? The truth, as always, may lie somewhere in between, in the mix of science and story, in the tension between what we can prove and what we feel, in the long shadows cast by ancient lives on the walls of our imagination. Across the rolling fields and quiet farmland of Brittany, in the northwest corner of France, stand rows upon rows of ancient stones, tall, weathered, and silent. They stretch across the landscape like frozen waves, some aligned in parallel lines, others clustered in circles or scattered in solitary watch. These are the Karnak stones, more than 3,000 megaliths, erected over 6,000 years ago, long before the pyramids, long before Stonehenge. And yet, unlike Stonehenge, there is no central altar, no monumental circle of obvious ceremony. The stones of Karnak sprawl across the earth in curious geometries, lines that run for kilometers, stones grouped by size, formations that seem deliberate but offer no clear message. Their presence feels both deliberate and unknowable, as if they encode something once deeply understood but now lost to time. Who built them, and why? The Karnak stones were likely erected during the Neolithic period, between 4500 and 3300 BCE. This era, when farming first took root in Europe, saw the rise of settled communities, spiritual beliefs tied to the land, and an increasing reverence for the cycles of nature. In this context, the construction of large stone monuments reflected more than just physical effort. It revealed a worldview, a relationship between earth and sky, between life and the unknown. But unlike many megalithic sites that center around burials or ceremonial enclosures, Karnak's layout defies easy categorization. The most famous of its alignments, at Menek, Kermerio, and Kurliskan, feature stones arranged in long, nearly straight rows, sometimes accompanied by stone circles or dolmens nearby. These rows, or alignments, contain stones ranging in size from small waist-high markers to massive monoliths over 20 feet tall. The effort to move and place these stones would have been immense. Some weigh several tons and were transported from quarries miles away. Yet there is no central tomb, no single gathering place. The site is not focused inward but outward, spread across the land like a message written in a forgotten script. Various theories have tried to explain these formations. One early idea suggested the stones were a kind of massive solar or lunar calendar, marking the rising and setting of celestial bodies across the seasons. Others believe the alignments may trace ley lines or encode astronomical knowledge in their patterns. Some posit a link to fertility rituals or agricultural rites, aligning the stones with the rhythms of planting and harvest. There are also stories, older than science, whispered across generations. Local legends speak of Roman soldiers turned to stone by divine punishment, and echo the site's ability to inspire awe and otherworldliness. Others suggest the stones walk at night, shifting slightly in their positions when no one is looking. These tales, though fanciful, point to the deep impression the stones have left on the cultural imagination of the region. Modern archaeology has provided some insights, but no definitive answers. Excavations near some of the stones have revealed Neolithic tools, pottery fragments, and signs of human settlement, suggesting that the site was in active use for centuries. But the precise purpose of the alignments remains elusive. They do not seem to lead anywhere. They are not defensive walls or roads. They are markers of intent, not function. Some researchers suggest that the lines of stones may have guided processions, spiritual or communal journeys across sacred terrain. Walking these lines may have been an act of connection between communities, between ancestors and descendants, between the living and the divine. The repetition, the rhythm of stones, may have mirrored rituals we can no longer see. There is also the theory of memory. Perhaps the stones marked ancestral boundaries, sacred paths, or territorial lines long erased by time. In pre-literate societies, memory was held in the land, invisible markers in stories tied to places. The stones, then, may be the last remaining syllables of a language made of earth and effort. What makes Karnak so fascinating is not just its scale, but its subtlety. Unlike single monumental sites, it unfolds slowly across the landscape. It is not a structure but a presence, one that changes with light, with season, with perspective. At sunrise or under mist, the stones seem alive, like sentinels keeping watch over secrets too old to speak aloud. Despite centuries of study, the purpose of the Karnak stones remains unsolved. And in that silence, there is something almost sacred. In an age of answers and explanations, they stand as a quiet reminder that not everything must be known. Some things are meant to be felt. Today, visitors to Karnak walk among the alignments, hushed by the weight of time. Farmers still plow the land between the stones. Children play near them, as their ancestors likely did. And the stones endure, whether unbroken, their mystery intact. They speak to something deep within the human spirit. The need to mark presence, to build meaning, to leave behind more than words. They invite us not just to look, but to wonder, to step into a pattern we cannot read, and listen for a story we can only imagine. Beneath the desert sand of Saqqara, Egypt's ancient necropolis, where sacred tombs echo with the still breath of dynasties long gone, a small wooden object was unearthed in 1898. It was delicate and unassuming, only about 15 centimeters long, carved from sycamore wood, with a slim fuselage, a vertical tail, and wings that curved upward at their ends. At first glance, it resembled a bird in flight, but the longer one stared, the stranger it seemed. For while it had the essence of a bird, its form held something eerily modern, more like a glider than a sparrow. It became known as a Saqqara bird, cataloged without fanfare and stored for decades in the Cairo Museum. The artifact drew little attention until the 1960s, when an Egyptian doctor named Khalil Mesa took a closer look. He was struck by its aerodynamic shape, the flat wings, the lack of feathers, the symmetrical body. To his eye, it resembled a model aircraft, perhaps even an ancient representation of flight. Was it possible, he wondered, that the ancient Egyptians understood more about aerodynamics than we realized? The suggestion was bold and controversial. Traditional Egyptologists saw the Saqqara bird as just what the original curators had labeled it, a toy, a ceremonial object, or perhaps a weather vane. After all, birds were sacred in ancient Egypt. The falcon, representing Horus, was a symbol of kingship and divine vision. Wooden birds were often left in tombs, symbolic of the soul's journey to the afterlife. In that light, the Saqqara bird was spiritual, not scientific. But others weren't so sure. To those with an eye for engineering, the artifact's features raised questions. Its wings were level and broad, unlike any known bird sculpture of the period. Its body was smooth and symmetrical. It lacked feet, suggesting it wasn't meant to stand like a typical statuette. And its tail was vertical, not horizontal, something found in aircraft design but never in nature. These features led some researchers and enthusiasts to propose that the Saqqara bird was more than symbolic. It might have been a model or even a scale prototype of an ancient flying machine. In 2002, an aerodynamics expert named Simon Sanderson built a replica of the bird and tested it in a wind tunnel. The results, he claimed, were surprising. With a small adjustment to the tail, adding an elevator for stability, the model achieved steady, gliding flight. It didn't fly like a powered aircraft, of course, but behaved like a functional glider. That experiment reignited speculation. Could the ancient Egyptians have been experimenting with flight? The idea challenges our understanding of ancient technology. No known texts from ancient Egypt describe flight or aerial experimentation. No workshop tools or blueprints have been found. The Saqqara bird remains an isolated artifact without context, and yet its shape persists suggestive, aerodynamic, silent. Skeptics urge caution. The lack of tail rudder in the original design would likely have made the artifact unstable in true flight. The upward curve of the wings, while visually elegant, could have served symbolic or aesthetic purposes rather than aerodynamic ones. And the vertical tail, so often cited as modern, could have been a stylized artistic flourish. Moreover, in a culture as symbol-rich as ancient Egypt, practical interpretation may not be the first conclusion. Birds were guides to the afterlife, messengers between the human and the divine. To glide was to transcend, and to fly, in the Egyptian imagination, was not an engineering feat, but a sacred metaphor. Still, the Saqqara bird continues to straddle the line between symbolism and science. One possibility is that it was indeed a toy, perhaps a child's glider tossed across a stone courtyard, its creator marveling at its silent drift. Play is often a precursor to discovery. Another idea is that it served a ritual purpose. Some scholars speculate it could have been part of a ceremony invoking the soul's flight from the body, mimicking the motion of ascension through symbolic means. There is also the chance that the bird is an echo of forgotten experimentation. Civilizations rise and fall, often leaving behind fragments of knowledge. Could a single artisan have stumbled upon aerodynamic principles through trial and error without formal theory? Could there have been gliders, crafted from papyrus, cloth, or reed, now lost to decay in time? We cannot say for certain. What we know is this. The Saqqara bird was carved with care. Its proportions are not crude. It was balanced, refined, and clearly meant to capture something about the nature of flight. Whether it was intended to soar or merely to suggest soaring remains a matter of debate. Today, the artifact rests quietly in a museum display case. Tourists peer at it through glass, some walking past without a second thought. Others pause, puzzled by its form. It does not look like the other statues. It stirs something, a whisper of possibility, a question without a ready answer. And that is perhaps the most powerful part of its story. The Saqqara bird reminds us that history is not only a record of what we know, it is also a gallery of what we nearly knew, of moments when intuition brushed against invention, of imaginations that reach beyond the visible, crafting symbols that still lift our thoughts skyward. In the golden silence of Saqqara's tombs, the ancients buried their dreams in stone and wood. Some were prayers, some were stories, some, perhaps, were prototypes. And some, like the Saqqara bird, continue to fly, if not through air, then to the wonder they leave behind. Deep within the temple of Hathor at Dendera, in a dim chamber carved into the ancient stone, there exists a scene that has captured the imaginations of theorists and skeptics alike. On the temple's walls, beneath layers of incense-darkened ceilings and hieroglyphic prayers, are reliefs showing a strange and provocative image, a long, bulb-shaped object held aloft by figures, with a serpent coiled inside and a lotus stem at one end. The depiction is unlike anything found in nearby temples or anywhere else in Egypt. To the traditional Egyptologists, it is a symbolic motif, representing the emergence of creation, the lotus flower releasing the snake of energy or the soul into the world. But to others, especially alternative theorists, it looks strikingly familiar, not as mythology, but as machinery. They call it the dendrolite. In the reliefs, the elongated oval shape resembles a vacuum tube or glass bulb. The coiled snake within appears as a filament, while the lotus base seems to resemble a power source or insulator. One figure supports the bulb with outstretched arms, while another holds what looks like a cable leading to a box-like object. It's easy to see why some might interpret it as an ancient electrical device, perhaps a light bulb powered by a rudimentary battery or generator. Proponents of this theory often cite the so-called Baghdad battery as comparative evidence, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia with a copper cylinder and iron rod, which some believe may have generated small electrical charges. If the ancient Near East understood basic electricity, they argue, why not Egypt? Others point to the precision of Egyptian artwork and construction. The inner chambers of pyramids and tombs are often elaborately decorated, yet no traces of soot or torch marks exist in their deepest sections. Could they have used electric lighting to paint and carve without firelight? The dendrolite, in this view, is not symbolic. It is documentary. Yet mainstream scholars firmly reject this interpretation. They argue that the relief is purely symbolic, consistent with Egyptian religious iconography. The snake or seraph emerging from the lotus represents the god Harsamtis, an aspect of Horus, and the light bulb shape is not glass, but the womb of creation, symbolizing rebirth and divine energy. The cable is not a wire but a stylized depiction of the Jed pillar, a sacred symbol of stability, and the box is a plinth supporting the scene's spiritual context. Indeed, the Egyptians had a rich symbolic language, where gods emerged from lotuses, serpents embodied power and eternity, and scenes were crafted not to be literal but eternal. Their carvings are mythic blueprints, meant to transcend time and speak in a language of divine metaphors. Still, the dendrolite continues to occupy a liminal space, half in accepted history, half in whispered speculation. What keeps it alive is not proof, but possibility. Could ancient civilizations have possessed forgotten knowledge? Is it possible they experimented with static electricity, magnetism, or light? Could their understanding of natural forces, perhaps channeled through ritual and architecture, mirror early discoveries of later ages? Some researchers have built scale models of the Dendra device, using elements like the Baghdad battery and modern materials to create a dim glow within a glass bulb. These reconstructions, while suggestive, require modern understanding to work, and may not reflect the reality of ancient technology. Others focus not on the literal interpretation, but the question behind the question. How did the Egyptians achieve such advanced artistry in dark, enclosed spaces? Polished bronze mirrors could reflect light, but only so far. Open flames would consume oxygen and leave marks. So, what methods did they truly use? It may be that the answer lies not in technology, but in technique. The Egyptians may have worked in daylight when possible, using reflective surfaces or early lens-like crystals to focus sunlight into darker corners. Or perhaps they worked swiftly and skillfully under torchlight, with it cleaned or never forming in dry air chambers. The Dendra carvings, then, may be more about the nature of perception than proof. We see in them what we seek, light as symbol or light as invention, and both possibilities tell us something profound. For the Egyptians, light was more than illumination. It was divine, sacred, tied to Ra, the sun god, and the journey through the underworld. Light was power, knowledge, rebirth. In that sense, a light bulb in a sacred chamber, whether physical or symbolic, might have always meant something more. Today, the chamber at Dendra is quiet, visited by curious travelers and watched over by tour guides who have heard every version of the tale. Some describe it as myth. Others lower their voice and suggest a mystery. And the carvings remain, unchanged, untouched, speaking across thousands of years in a language carved into stone. Perhaps the real question isn't whether the Dendra light was a lamp, but why the image continues to shine in our collective imagination. Why it stirs such curiosity, even now. It may be because it reflects something familiar, our own desire to connect past the present, to find continuity between our ancient ancestors and the modern world. In that way, the Dendra light does what all great mysteries do. It illuminates not just a wall in a temple, but the recesses of our own longing. It flickers in the space between science and story, history and hope. And like all lights in darkness, it invites us closer, to wonder, to search, to believe. In the granite quarries of Aswan, where pink-hued stone meets sun-scorched silence, lies a monument not raised to the sky, but forever embedded in the earth. Carved directly into the bedrock, the unfinished obelisk rests, Cracked and immovable, a giant that never stood. Had it been completed, it would have towered over all other obelisks in Egypt, stretching nearly 42 meters high and weighing an estimated 1,200 tons. Its sheer size boggles the mind, and yet it remains where it was born, incomplete, abandoned, and surrounded by questions. Why was it never finished? And how did the ancient Egyptians plan to move something so impossibly massive? The unfinished obelisk offers a rare and intimate glimpse into ancient Egyptian engineering. Most obelisks we see today, standing tall in Luxor or even transported across oceans to Paris, London, and New York, have been shaped, smoothed, and inscribed. They tell stories of pharaohs and gods, conquest, and eternity. But the Aswan obelisk tells a different story, of work halted, of plans undone, of tools left behind. The stone lies in a shallow trench, its four sides fully carved, its lower side still attached to the bedrock. Along its surface, small grooves and pits mark where workers used dolerite hammers, harder than granite, to pound away at the stone. It was labor-intensive, loud, and painstaking. The shaping process would have taken months, perhaps years, with dozens of laborers striking in rhythm under searing sun, guided by chalk lines and careful measurements. And then it cracked. A long, jagged fracture runs through its body. Whether the flaw existed from the beginning or emerged later under pressure is uncertain. But the damage rendered the obelisk unusable. It could not be lifted, let alone transported or erected. And so the workers walk away, leaving behind the sleeping colossus, still half wrapped in the earth that birthed it. For archaeologists, this abandonment is a gift. It preserves the process. It shows us not only the final result, but the steps in between. The quarry around the obelisk reveals tool marks, discarded dolerite balls, and chisel tracks, evidence of the ancient techniques used to free stone from stone. And yet, one question looms large. How do they plan to move it? The transportation of obelisks is one of the great feats of ancient engineering. Even smaller obelisks, weighing hundreds of tons, required ingenious solutions: wooden sleds, lubricated tracks, canals, ropes, and teams of workers or oxen. Released from a rain of Hatshepsut showboats carrying obelisks down the Nile. Some theories suggest sand was packed under obelisks to control descent, or that water was poured ahead of sleds to reduce friction. But nothing in surviving records clearly explains how something the size of the Aswan obelisk could have been lifted or transported. Did the Egyptians possess knowledge or technology now lost? Not in terms of mysterious machines, but in techniques of organization, material science, and human coordination that allowed them to harness sheer willpower and physics in astonishing ways? Some researchers suggest the obelisk might not have been intended for a standing monument at all, but perhaps as a part of a temple foundation or a grand symbolic gesture. But this seems unlikely, given its shape and scale. It was clearly designed to rise. Others speculate that the Aswan obelisk was never meant to be completed, that it was a training piece or an experimental project. But this, too, seems doubtful. The resources committed were immense. The careful shaping and smoothing suggest real intent. It was simply a dream that cracked before it could be realized. And so it rests, immense, silent, unclaimed by the sky. What gives the unfinished obelisk its power is not just its size, but its stillness. Most Egyptian monuments shout with grandeur. Temples of gods, tombs of kings, statues that endure for eternity. But the obelisk at Aswan whispers. It speaks of effort without completion, of ambition interrupted, of a moment frozen forever between dream and execution. It reminds us that even in civilizations as seemingly eternal as ancient Egypt, failure was real, that plans did not always go as intended, that even the most skilled engineers face limits, in materials, in manpower, in nature itself. And yet their vision endured. The attempt itself is a triumph. Today, visitors to Aswan walk around the obelisk on raised wooden platforms. They peer into the quarry, tracing the outlines of the great stone with their eyes. They imagine the sound of hammer on granite, the coordination of laborers, the heat, the dust, the moment when someone first saw the crack, and understood what it meant. The unfinished obelisk is a monument not to what was achieved, but to what was tried. In that way, it feels deeply human. In a world of monuments, it is an anti-monument. It did not rise to mark a pharaoh's power. It did not stand in a square or temple. It does not point toward the gods. And yet it remains solid, massive, humble. A lesson carved in stone, left not for glory, but for reflection. We look at it and see the scale of ancient vision. We walk alongside it and feel the weight not just of granite, but hope of failure, of unfinished dreams. And in its silence, the unfinished obelisk speaks. High in the Andean plateau of Bolivia, where the wind cuts cold and thin across the arid plains, lie the fragmented remains of an ancient complex known as Puma Punku. Scattered across the landscape at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, enormous stone blocks, some weighing up to 130 tons, rest with quiet defiance. But what truly captivates archaeologists, engineers, and explorers alike isn't just their size, it's the precision. These are not crude monoliths. Many of the stones at Puma Punku are intricately cut with right angles, so sharp they resemble machine tooling. Grooves, holes, and perfectly straight channels line the faces of these immense blocks, as if they were manufactured rather than carved. And among them are the famous H-blocks, massive stones shaped with interlocking geometries, so precise that even modern tools would struggle to replicate them under field conditions. How, then, did a pre-Incan civilization, without the wheel, without metal tools as we know them, and with no written language, achieve such remarkable engineering feats? Puma Punku forms part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, a ceremonial center of a highly developed society that flourished in this region between 500 and 1000 CE. Though overshadowed in popular imagination by the later Inca Empire, the Tiwanaku culture left behind impressive ruins that hint at deep cosmological knowledge, artistic refinement, and advanced planning. Yet, Puma Punku stands apart. Unlike the more symmetrical and reconstructible structures at Tiwanaku, Puma Punku feels fractured, disassembled, almost exploded. Massive stones lie toppled and misaligned, as if the entire complex was torn apart by a great force, natural or otherwise. What remains is a jigsaw puzzle no one can fully piece back together. But each fragment holds clues. The stone itself is key. Much of the structure was built from red sandstone and andesite, both difficult to work with. Andesite, in particular, is a hard volcanic rock requiring strong, durable tools to shape. And yet the surfaces are flat, the corners crisp, and the holes evenly bored, suggesting a level of sophistication far beyond what is traditionally attributed to ancient Andean peoples. Mainstream archaeologists propose that the Tiwanaku people use hammerstones, sand abrasion, and copper tools to slowly shape these stones over time. Experimental archaeology has shown that such techniques are feasible, though labor-intensive, and capable of producing fine results with enough patience and skill. Rope and ramp theories also attempt to explain how the stones were moved, possibly floated during seasonal floods, or dragged across specially prepared surfaces. But for others, the evidence still strains belief. Alternative researchers argue that Puma Punku's precision implies lost knowledge, either an advanced, now-forgotten civilization or external intervention from beyond Earth. The perfect 90-degree angles, the uniformity of drill holes, and the standardized modular design of the H-blocks fuel such theories. These blocks, in particular, appear as though they were part of a sophisticated interlocking system, like a giant stone toolkit meant to be assembled with exacting care. What makes Puma Punku more puzzling is the absence of documentation. Unlike the Egyptians or Mesopotamians, the Tiwanaku left no known written records or construction diagrams. Their legacy comes to us through architecture and artifact alone. And in the thin air of the Bolivian highlands, that legacy feels otherworldly. Despite the mysteries, the culture itself was very much grounded in the earth. The Tiwanaku were master farmers, channeling meltwater from the Andes into raised field systems to support their growing population. They revered the solstices, aligning structures with celestial events, and their artwork reflected a deep connection to nature and the cosmos. So perhaps the secret to Puma Punku lies not in lost technology or alien visitors, but in an ancient worldview that saw no separation between the spiritual and the practical. The builders may have approached stone not as a challenge of brute force, but as a dialogue with time, with nature, with the sacred. Their tools may have been humble, but their vision was immense. Even today, scientists and historians cannot fully explain how the stones were cut, moved, or assembled. The technology, if not mysterious, is at least astonishing for its context. And that makes Pumapunku not just an archaeological site, but a philosophical mirror. It asks us, what do we assume about ancient peoples? What knowledge have we forgotten or dismissed? Are we too quick to measure intelligence by our own standards or by what has survived in writing? At Pumapunku, the silence speaks, not of forgotten gods or speculative origins, but of human will, of what happens when generations commit themselves to craft, to precision, and to meaning, even in a place as remote and unforgiving as the Andean Plateau. Today, the site is a mixture of preservation and mystery. Tourists walk among the great stones, dwarfed by their scale. Researchers continue to analyze the grooves, channels, and marks, searching for answers. And the stones remain unmoved, unbroken, and unresolved. Pumapunku may never tell us everything, but in its unfinished puzzles, it reminds us that the past is more complex, more capable, and more quietly magnificent than we often realize. In the shadowed recesses of a limestone cave beneath Mount Owen, deep in New Zealand's South Island, a group of explorers made a startling discovery, one that seemed to reach out from a prehistoric world. Clutched in sediment, bone, and the cold breath of time, they found the claw of a creature long vanished from the earth. It wasn't just bone, brittle and white. It still bore leathery skin, dried sinew, and the ghost of muscle tissue, curled like it had just been severed. It looked alive, but it wasn't. It was a claw of a moa, an enormous, flightless bird that had gone extinct centuries before, and no one could quite explain how it had stayed so perfectly preserved. The discovery was made in the late 1980s by a team from the New Zealand Speleological Society, as they descended into the cave system near Mount Owen. Crawling through narrow passages and chambers where light had not touched for ages, they came across what appeared to be a large, mummified limb. Initially, it defied belief. The claw was massive, curved like a raptor's, yet thick and grounded like a land-bound beast. It looked fresh, ancient, and alien all at once. Later carbon dating revealed that the specimen was at least 3,300 years old. The bird came from belonged to a species known as the upland moa, Megalapteryx didinus, one of 9 moa species native to New Zealand. These birds, some of which stood up to 12 feet tall and weighed over 500 pounds, were the largest terrestrial animals in the region, with no natural mammalian predators. They evolved without wings or flight, grazing through forests and alpine grasslands like feathered giants. But their reign was ended by the arrival of humans, specifically the Maori people around the 13th century, who hunted them to extinction within a few generations. The moa's disappearance was swift and total. No living specimen has been seen in recorded history. And yet here, buried in a mountain cave, was a claw that looked like it belonged to something not yet gone. The preservation is what makes the Mount Owen moa claw so remarkable. New Zealand's caves, especially those at higher altitudes, can be unusually dry, cold, and sealed off from the elements. These conditions, along with the absence of scavenging animals, can halt decomposition in extraordinary ways. The oxygen-deprived air, lack of light, and low humidity created a natural time capsule, a perfect environment to mummify soft tissue without any human intervention. Still, the level of preservation is rare. Most moa remains are skeletal, scattered bones, eggshell fragments, or crushed fossils. But this claw, with its textured skin and recognizable structure, evokes something much more immediate. It offers a tangible connection not just to a species, but to a vanished ecosystem. For paleontologists, the claw provided a rare opportunity to study the musculature and connective tissue of a moa limb, adding texture to what had previously been reconstructed mostly through bones. It confirmed certain assumptions about the moa's anatomy, its sturdy legs, its terrestrial gait, and its defensive potential. These birds may have been flightless, but they were not defenseless. A strike from a leg like this could injure a predator. Even now, it looks ready to fight. But beyond the science, there's something emotional about the discovery. The claw, resting in glass today in the Canterbury Museum, looks like something from a fantasy novel. Part dinosaur, part dragon, part ghost. It stirs the imagination. It makes the distant past feel not so distant. For many in New Zealand, the moa is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a national symbol of both pride and loss. These birds once dominated the land, shaping the environment through their grazing and movement. Their extinction was one of the earliest examples of human-driven ecological collapse. And though they have been gone for over 500 years, stories persist of sightings in remote forests, of footprints in soft earth, of something still moving in the bush. The moa claw fuels that mythology. It reminds us that the boundary between what was and what is can be thinner than we think. It also raises broader questions. How many other wonders lie hidden in caves, permafrost, or peat bogs, waiting untouched, perfectly preserved? What else might we find if we look in the right places, under the right conditions? And when we do, how do we honor what we've uncovered? In a time when species vanish daily, the Mount Owen claw is a reminder of nature's fragility and its patience. It held onto that limb for over 3 millennia, waiting in the cold, until human hands uncovered it once again. And in doing so, it gave us not just a fossil, but a feeling that history can reach forward, that the past can touch the present. In museums, the claw draws quiet awe. It doesn't need much explanation. Its shape, its texture, its eerie freshness, all speak for themselves. It is a relic of a world before cities, before conquest, before memory. And yet, it's here, with us. Perhaps that is the deepest mystery it offers. Not just how it was preserved, but why it moves us so. Why a single claw can make us feel the weight of 3,000 years. Why, in its silence, it says everything. At the bottom of what was once a shallow lake in southern Sweden, archaeologists made a discovery that chills the imagination and unsettles the soul. In the peat-rich mud of the Canal Jordan site near Motala, a series of human skulls, some still bearing traces of flesh, were found carefully arranged. Several of them had been impaled on sharpened wooden stakes, driven up to the cranium from below. Around them lay animal bones, stone tools, and burnt remains, all intentionally placed in a watery grave over 8,000 years ago. The site came to be known as the Tomb of the Sunken Skulls. Radiocarbon dating places this mysterious ritual at the Mesolithic period, a time long before written language, agriculture, or organized religion. These were hunter-gatherer people, roaming forests, fishing rivers, living close to the rhythms of the land. And yet here, in this still lake bed, they had created a scene of unsettling complexity. What does it mean to drive a wooden stake through a skull? What purpose did this serve? Mourning, magic, memory, or menace? The positioning of the skulls was deliberate. Some rested directly on the lake bed. Others were perched atop long wooden stakes, their tips rising from the murky water like skeletal totems. In 2 cases, the skulls still had remnants of brain tissue, suggesting they were not cleaned or left to decompose entirely before being placed. One skull, astonishingly, even had pieces of another person's cranium inserted inside it, perhaps a symbolic joining of individuals or an offering within an offering. There were no full skeletons, only crania, no long bones, no torsos. These were not burials in the traditional sense. These were displays, and they had been submerged intentionally. Such a practice has no known parallel in European prehistory. It is not simply a grave. It is not exactly a monument. It lies somewhere in between, a ritual tableau preserved by the lake's silty embrace. What emerges from the soil at Canal Jordan is a mystery without a modern reference point. But several theories attempt to interpret the scene. Some archaeologists suggest it was a form of ancestor veneration. Perhaps these individuals were revered members of the community, shamans, leaders, elders, whose heads were placed on display as part of sacred rite. In many ancient cultures, the skull was believed to house the soul or spirit. To keep the head was to maintain a connection with the dead. The lake may have served as a threshold between worlds, a liminal space where the living could honor and consult the dead. Others believe the scene may be tied to conflict. Some of the skulls show signs of trauma, blunt force injuries, healed wounds, and even what appear to be deliberate blows to the face and cranium. Could these have been enemies, defeated in battle and displayed as a warning? Or sacrificial victims offered to appease some unseen force? But this theory raises new questions. Why the careful arrangement, the ceremonial placement with animal bones and tools? Why the blending of reverence and violence? The combination of ritual and remains suggests a cultural practice far more complex than once believed possible for Mesolithic societies. These people were not primitive wanderers. They had beliefs. They had ceremony. They had meaning to assign to death and places to set it. And perhaps they also had fear. The watery grave of the skulls may represent an effort to contain something, not just to honor the dead, but to anchor them, to prevent their return. In folklore across Europe, water is often a barrier between the physical and the spiritual world. Lakes, rivers, and bogs are places of transformation, where offerings are made, where secrets are hidden, where spirits dwell. Could this ritual have been an act of protection? There's also the broader symbolic aspect of heads on stakes. Even in much later history, across cultures from the Celts to the Mongols, severed heads have marked power, punishment, and purification. But in this case, the absence of any nearby settlement or battlefield makes the motive unclear. The skulls were not hurriedly discarded. They were positioned with care. Someone took time with them. Among the artifacts found with the skulls were tools of everyday life. Antler picks, flint blades, animal bones, all seemingly curated for this purpose. These offerings suggest an intentional narrative. The dead were not cast aside but integrated into a story, one now lost to us. What remains then is atmosphere, a scene frozen in peat and time. The wooden stakes have long since rotted away, but the impressions they left, along with the skulls, remain as evidence of something deeply human and deeply unsettling. Modern excavation has preserved this site with extraordinary care, and 3D reconstructions allow us to peer into this ancient ritual as if we were there. But the experience of seeing these skulls, half-submerged, hollow-eyed, quietly enduring, is something that no diagram or scan can fully capture. The tomb of the sunken skulls reminds us of how thin the line is between reverence and fear, between ritual and violence. It forces us to confront how much we still don't know about early human minds, how they understood death, the spirit, and the mystery of what lies beyond. It also reveals that even in prehistory, humans made meaning from mortality. They did not turn away from the dead. They honored them, feared them, shaped their memories in earth and water. Today, the site near Motala is studied with a sense of awe. It is not just a burial. It is a message, one we are only beginning to decipher. And as the skulls emerge in the deep, they gaze not with horror, but with silence, holding their secrets close, offering only fragments to a world eager for answers. In the remote waters off the eastern shore of Pohnpei, a lush island in Micronesia, lies a city that should not exist. Rising from the shallow sea, hidden by mangrove trees and cloaked in mist, are the ruins of Nanmadol, a sprawling, ancient complex built entirely of massive black basalt columns. The stones are stacked like logs, forming walls, canals, tombs, and temples across nearly 100 man-made islets. From above, it resembles a forgotten Venice carved in volcanic stone. And yet, no written records explain who built it, how they did so, or why they chose this distant corner of the Pacific Ocean. The construction of Nanmadol is one of the great unsolved architectural feats of the ancient world. Nearly 100 artificial islands were created atop a coral reef, connected by a network of tidal canals and narrow walkways. The entire complex covers roughly 200 acres, an astonishing scale for a society that had no pulleys, no wheels, and no metal tools. And yet some of the basalt stones used in the construction weigh over 50 tons. Local oral traditions say they were moved by magic. Basalt, a heavy volcanic rock, does not naturally occur on Pohnpei's shoreline. It had to be quarried from inland, transported across difficult terrain, and then ferried to the reef where Nanmadol was built. How this was done remains unclear. Theories range from the use of large rafts and bamboo rollers to elaborate systems of levers and manpower. Yet even modern engineers puzzle over how such enormous stones could have been moved and stacked with such precision in a place with no large population centers nearby and no beasts of burden. And perhaps more perplexing than how Nanmadol was built is why. The site seems to have served both ceremonial and political functions. Archaeological evidence suggests it was a ceremonial center of the Saudeleur dynasty, a powerful line of rulers who governed Pohnpei for centuries until the 1600s. The dynasty enforced rigid social divisions and demanded tribute from the island's clans. According to legend, the city was constructed by twin sorcerers, Olusope and Olisipa, who arrived from a foreign land and used mystical powers to levitate the stones into place. They became the first Sautelurs, ruling with divine authority. Whether myth or memory, the story hints at the wonder Nanmadol still inspires. The site contains tombs, altars, and what may have been residential quarters for the ruling elite. At its heart lies Nandalwas, the royal mortuary enclosure, surrounded by walls over 7 meters high and built from the largest stones on the site. The tombs within are thought to hold the remains of former rulers, their names now lost to time. But Nanmadol was more than a political seat. It was a city of isolation. The Sautelurs ruled from this offshore capital to distance themselves from people of Pohnpei, both symbolically and physically. Only those invited by the dynasty could enter. Food and supplies had to be brought in by canoe. It was an island palace built to separate, not unite. A fortress of power floating in the sea. And when the dynasty fell, overthrown by warrior priest Isoclecal in the 17th century, the city was abandoned. Jungle vines and rising tides reclaimed the stone. Today, only ruins remain, silent and flooded. Fish swim through the canals. Trees grow through broken walls. And the ocean rises year by year, threatening to submerge the last stones of this ancient wonder. Despite decades of research, Nanmadol resists easy categorization. It does not align with the patterns of Polynesian or Southeast Asian architecture. Its layout is uniquely Micronesian. It blends engineering with ritual, control with mysticism, and its isolation, the choice to build so far from arable land or natural harbors, remains a mystery. Some see Nanmadol as a religious sanctuary, a liminal space between land and sea where leaders commune with spirits. Others view it as a display of dominance, a massive undertaking meant to reinforce the Sautelurs' divine status. And others still wonder whether it marks the echo of a much older, now forgotten civilization, one whose knowledge of stone, structure, and the sea has long vanished beneath the waves. Today, Nanmadol is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but remains remote, difficult to access, and under threat. Climate change, salt erosion, and encroaching tides all place pressure on the fragile basalt walls. Preservation efforts are complicated by the site's location, the cost of restoration, and the tension between scientific intervention and local tradition. To visit Nanmadol is to enter a place that feels outside of time. The stone walls are dark and heavy, yet softened by moss. The water laps gently against the ruins. Birds call through the trees. There are no signs, no explanations, only the faint outlines of what was once a living city, a seat of power, a ceremonial heart, a myth carved in stone. And perhaps that's the final legacy of Nanmadol, a place built to be remembered, yet destined to be forgotten, a city without a written history, telling its story in basalt and silence, a monument to ambition, belief, and the mysteries that endure long after voices fade. Carved from single blocks of clear or milky quartz, the so-called crystal skulls shimmer with an eerie brilliance, almost lifelike in their detail, yet utterly inert. Held up to light, they glow from within. Touched by hand, they stay cold. Some are palm-sized, others full-scale replicas of the human skull, complete with jawbones that articulate or eye sockets smooth as glass. These artifacts have been attributed to the ancient Maya, or, in some cases, to even earlier Mesoamerican civilizations. And yet, for all their beauty, their origins remain a subject of deep mystery and enduring debate. The most famous of these skulls is the Mitchell-Hedges skull, reportedly discovered in the 1920s in the ruined Mayan city of Lebanton in Belize by explorer F.A. Mitchell-Hedges, or, more precisely, by his adopted daughter Anna. According to her story, it was found buried beneath a collapsed altar in a temple. When lifted into the light, it glistened like ice. It quickly became a sensation, dubbed the Skull of Doom, and was believed by some to possess strange powers, capable of inducing visions, affecting human consciousness, or channeling ancient wisdom. But from the very beginning, there were doubts. For one, the Mitchell-Hedges skull was never documented at the time of its alleged discovery. It appeared only later mysteriously, and closely resembled a similar skull housed in the British Museum. Over time, more crystal skulls emerge in private collections, museum archives, and curio shops, often without archaeological provenance, often surrounded by myth. Some claimed these skulls were ceremonial objects used by ancient priests. Others said they were repositories of knowledge, tools for healing, or talismans of power. More extravagant theories linked them to Atlantis, alien civilizations, or ancient global networks of forgotten wisdom. A popular legend even claimed that 13 skulls were scattered across the earth, and when reunited, they would reveal the secrets of humanity's destiny. But what does the evidence say? Scientific analysis has cast a long shadow over the authenticity of the crystal skulls. Tests conducted at institutions like the Smithsonian and the British Museum use electron microscopes to examine the surfaces of several specimens. What they found were marks consistent with modern rotary tools, minute abrasions left by high-speed wheels not available to ancient artisans. Furthermore, no crystal skull has ever been excavated in a controlled archaeological context. All known examples surfaced through collectors or dealers in the 19th and early 20th centuries, a time when fascination with Mesoamerican culture was high and the forgery market was thriving. The quartz itself, often Brazilian in origin, further complicates matters, as it is not typically found in regions associated with the Maya. And yet, the mystery persists. Despite mounting evidence suggesting they are modern creations, possibly 19th century European fabrications inspired by Mesoamerican motifs, the skulls have taken on lives of their own. They exist not only as physical objects, but as cultural touchstones, drawing thousands of exhibitions, books, and documentaries. People still report unusual sensations when near them. Some regard them as spiritual conduits. Others see them as beautiful hoaxes with fascinating backstories. One reason the legend endures is the ambiguity of Mesoamerican art itself. The Maya, Aztec, and other civilizations did craft skull imagery in various forms, painted, sculpted, and incised into stone. The skull for them was not simply a symbol of death, but transition, power, and sacred transformation. Skull racks held the heads of sacrificial victims. Bone imagery adorned temples and ritual objects. So the idea of a sacred skull-shaped artifact is not far removed from actual tradition. What is questionable is the material, quartz, and the extraordinary polish and symmetry the crystal skulls display. Another factor is the sheer skill required to carve quartz. Quartz is one of the hardest natural materials. To shape it into a smooth, detailed object requires painstaking effort and precision. Ancient lapidary artists could have achieved this with sand, patience, and time, but the degree of refinement in the crystal skull strongly suggests more advanced methods. The Mitchell Hedges skull, for example, has an articulated lower jaw, a feature far more complex than what has been found in verified Mesoamerican sculpture. If these skulls are not ancient, then what are they? Works of art? Elaborate frauds? Symbols of longing for a lost past, for a spiritual connection, for something magical in an increasingly rational world? Perhaps that's their true power, not in what they are, but in what they evoke. The crystal skulls sit at the edge of history, between fact and myth, between science and mysticism. They reflect our desire to believe in wonders, in relics that defy explanation. They are mirrors, in a sense, not just of the human face, but of the human imagination. Today, crystal skulls can be found in museums, private collections, and New Age shops. Replicas are sold as healing tools, meditation aids, or aesthetic curiosities. But the originals, those whose provenance remains murky, still hold a strange gravitational pull. In the cool clarity of carved quartz, we glimpse the unknowable. Are we looking at the hand of an ancient artisan, or the clever mimicry of a modern one? Either way, the skull stares back, unblinking, quiet, crystalline. It offers no answers, only reflection. Etched into high desert of western Bolivia, beneath the watchful gaze of snow-capped Mount Sahama, lie thousands of mysterious lines, ruler straight, some stretching for miles, others intersecting in complex webs across the Altiplano. Unlike the more famous Nazca lines of Peru, these lines do not form animals or figures. They do not depict art. Instead, they form a sprawling latticework across the land, often barely visible from the ground but unmistakable from the air. They are known as the Sama lines, and they are among the largest and least understood geoglyph networks in the world. These lines, scraped into the desert surface, span an area of more than 22,000 square kilometers, larger than many countries. Some individual lines run straight for over 20 kilometers without deviation, crossing hills, canyons, and uneven terrain without breaking their path. They are not carved deeply, just a few centimeters into the earth, created by removing the dark oxidized topsoil and exposing the lighter layer beneath. But the simplicity of their construction only deepens their mystery. Who made them? Why? And how did they maintain such precision over such vast distances? Unlike Nazca, the Sama lines are not associated with a single, centralized culture. Instead, they seem to have been created by generations of Aymara-speaking peoples, indigenous communities with ancient roots in the Andes. Oral traditions suggest these lines serve spiritual or ritualistic purposes, walkways used during processions, pilgrimages, or ceremonial journeys. In this view, the lines were not meant to be seen from above, but to be walked, step by sacred step. Many of the lines connect important points in the landscape: springs, shrines, burial towers, sacred peaks. Some run toward the base of Mount Sahama itself, a volcano long revered as an Apu or mountain spirit. Others intersect at chulpas, cylindrical funerary towers that hold the remains of ancestral leaders. Still others link ancient villages or agricultural terraces, now long abandoned. This suggests the lines were part of a sacred geography, a spiritual mapping of the land that extended across time and culture. Walking these lines may have been a form of devotion, an offering made through movement, rhythm, and endurance. They were not roads in a utilitarian sense, but pathways of purpose. But the scale is staggering. There are estimated to be over 10,000 individual lines, collectively forming thousands of kilometers of geometric tracings. How did people, without aerial perspective or surveying tools, achieve such straightness over such long distances? Some researchers believe the builders used simple alignment techniques, like sighting from one cairn to another across the landscape. Others suggest the work was cumulative, passed down over generations, each group extending or maintaining lines already begun. It may have taken centuries to weave this invisible tapestry of sacred walkways. Satellite imagery reveals just how vast and intricate the network is. From above, the desert looks stitched together, threads of stone and silence crossing plains like a giant's embroidery. The precision challenges modern assumptions about what so-called prehistoric people were capable of. These were not random trails. This was land transformed into memory. There's little doubt the lines held deep meaning for those who walked them. But as with many ancient expressions of sacred purpose, their meaning may not be fully retrievable. We can study their form, map their reach, and speculate on their function, but we cannot stand in the shoes of those who made them. We can only imagine the slow, deliberate journey of feet pressing into desert soil, following a line that stretches not only across the land, but into the past. Modern archaeologists, engineers, and anthropologists continue to study the Sahama lines, though much work remains. The lines are difficult to date precisely, since the technique used to create them leaves no organic material behind. Some may be over 3,000 years old. Others could be as recent as a few hundred years. What binds them all is continuity. The idea that generations, separated by centuries, participated in a shared tradition of inscribing reverence into the earth. Today, the lines are largely unknown outside of Bolivia. They receive little tourism and even less preservation. Some are threatened by erosion, agriculture, or modern construction. Others are simply fading back into the desert, their paths gradually erased by time. But for those who see them, whether from satellite scans, drone footage, or the soft tread of boots in the dust, they leave a quiet impression, a record of devotion, etched not in books or temples, but into the skin of the earth itself. The Sama lines remind us that not all stories are told in symbols. Some are told in direction, in distance, in the act of walking with purpose, again and again, until a trail becomes sacred. Discovered in a cave near Qumran in 1952, the copper scrolls stand apart from the hundreds of other manuscripts that make up the Dead Sea Scrolls. Unlike the parchment and papyrus scrolls filled with prayers, laws, and biblical commentary, this singular document was etched onto thin sheets of copper, a choice as deliberate as it was unusual. And unlike the theological content of its companions, the copper scroll reads more like a treasure map, Its text, written in a variant of Hebrew, offers no moral teaching or religious insight. Instead, it lists precise instructions. 70 different locations where vast amounts of gold, silver, and sacred items were supposedly hidden. In total, if taken literally, the scroll describes over 60 tons of treasure buried throughout the ancient landscape of Judea. The scroll begins plainly, almost matter-of-factly. In the ruin that is in the valley of Achor, under the steps leading to the east, 40 talents of silver are hidden. Line by line, it continues in this fashion, methodical, detailed, almost businesslike. It names caves, cisterns, aqueducts, tombs, and even man-made markers, as if the reader need only follow a map and begin digging. But no one has ever found a single coin. This has led to deep debate among archaeologists, historians, and theologians. Was the copper scroll describing real treasure, hidden during a time of crisis, perhaps when Roman forces threatened Jerusalem during the Jewish-Roman Wars? Or was the entire document symbolic, a metaphorical catalog of spiritual wealth or lost temple offerings? The scroll itself is difficult to interpret. The copper had corroded into a greenish-blue patina, and the text had to be painstakingly unrolled and separated. When it was first discovered, it was too brittle to unfurl without destroying it. Eventually, it was cut into segments using a high-speed saw, allowing researchers to access the inscribed lines. Even then, the language used was archaic and unusual, with unfamiliar place names and sometimes vague descriptions. Some scholars believe it could have originated from the priests of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. In this theory, the scroll might record the hidden assets of the temple treasury, items moved and concealed during the chaos of Rome's siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE. The priests, foreseeing the temple's destruction, could have smuggled sacred objects out and hidden them for later recovery. But if that's true, why inscribe the details on a scroll so fragile yet so permanent? And why bury it far from the temple in the wilderness? Others propose that the scroll is connected to a radical Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, the group often associated with the Qumran community. To them, the treasure may have had symbolic meaning, a coded reference to spiritual knowledge, divine blessings, or scriptural truths preserved from a corrupt world. Still, the specificity of the scroll's wording resists purely metaphorical readings. In the core of the peristyle, in a drain that is in the water conduit, 600 talents of silver. Such phrases seem too technical, too grounded, to be entirely allegorical. It reads like logistics, not liturgy. There is also the curious tone. Unlike the Dead Sea Scrolls that warn, plead, or preach, the copper scroll instructs. It's unemotional, functional, almost like inventory, yet in a context of extraordinary secrecy. Over the years, many have tried to follow its trail. Amateur archaeologists, religious seekers, even treasure hunters have combed through sites around Qumran, Jericho, and the Jordan Valley. Excavations were launched, maps redrawn, old Roman roads retraced. Still nothing. Some theorize the treasure was already found, perhaps in antiquity, by those who buried it or those who followed them. Others believe it's still waiting, hidden in caves collapsed by earthquakes or buried under centuries of earth. Still others insist the scroll was a decoy or symbolic act of defiance, declaring that the true treasure of Israel would endure, hidden from the empire that sought to destroy it. There is also a curious detail that haunts many interpretations. The treasure lists are incomplete. One line says simply, "in the cistern which is in missing text," and breaks off. Some believe this implies a second scroll existed, perhaps a companion that gave coordinates or explained the code. If such a scroll ever existed, it remains lost. Today, the copper scroll is housed in the Jordan Museum in Amman, preserved behind glass, but still radiating its aura of mystery. Its text has been translated, scanned, and digitally reconstructed, yet its meaning remains elusive. For scholars, it represents a tantalizing piece of the puzzle, a unique window into the turbulent world of Second Temple Judaism, and a document that resists easy categorization. For dreamers, it's a treasure map still waiting for the right hands. And for spiritual seekers, it is an echo of a time when even the act of hiding something was infused with meaning. The copper scroll reminds us that not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some endure not because they hold answers, but because they provoke questions, about faith, fear, and the strange ways history chooses what is remembered and what is buried. Whether the treasure it names was ever real. The scroll itself is a kind of treasure, a relic not of gold, but imagination of uncertainty and of the silent spaces history leaves behind. Across the rolling hills of southern Ohio, a great serpent slithers silently through the earth. Not a living creature, but a massive earthen effigy coiled into the land itself. Known as a Great Serpent Mound, it stretches over 1,300 feet long, its sinuous body undulating in 7 graceful curves, ending in a spiral tail. At its head, the jaws open wide as if about to swallow or present, an oval mound, sometimes interpreted as an egg. Built from clay and stone, it rises subtly from a grassy landscape, blending into nature until seen from above, where its full, majestic form comes into view. The Great Serpent Mound is one of the most enigmatic archaeological features in North America. It has no written records, no stone inscriptions, no clear clues to its builder's intent, and even its age remains a subject of debate. For over a century, scholars have debated when and why it was built. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal found within parts of the mound suggests a construction date around 1070 CE, linking it to the fort ancient culture. But older artifacts found nearby and alignments with celestial events hint at an earlier origin, perhaps as far back as 300 BCE, possibly connected to the Adena culture. Others suggest a layered history, that the mound was constructed and then modified over centuries by different peoples, each contributing to its purpose and meaning. Yet despite these studies, no definitive answer has emerged. Its sheer form has fascinated generations. Unlike burial mounds or simple geometric earthworks, this effigy is representational, an animal figure sculpted in the earth on a monumental scale. And not just any animal. The serpent has long held deep symbolic resonance in cultures across the world. It can represent life, death, rebirth, the underworld, knowledge, healing, protection, or danger. To the indigenous peoples of the Ohio River Valley, the serpent likely held spiritual significance. In many Native American mythologies, the serpent is a guardian of sacred places, a creature of transformation, and a messenger between worlds. The placement of the Great Serpent Mound, on a high ridge overlooking a tributary of the Ohio River, suggests a ceremonial, perhaps cosmological, purpose. One of the most compelling theories is that the mound served as a kind of calendar. Researchers have noted that the serpent's curves align with key solar and lunar events. The head points toward the setting sun on the summer solstice, while other parts of the body may align with the winter solstice and lunar standstills, rare events in the moon cycle that occur over an 18.6-year period. Such precision would require astronomical knowledge and a deep understanding of the rhythms of the sky. If true, this would make the mound not just an artistic or symbolic monument, but a functional observatory, an ancient tool for tracking time, seasons, and perhaps even rituals tied to celestial cycles. The egg, or eye, at the serpent's mouth only deepens a mystery. Is the serpent consuming or birthing it? Is it a solar symbol, a representation of the Earth's rebirth, or a cosmic egg from which life emerges? The ambiguity invites interpretation and fuels wonder. There's also the possibility that the mound was a pilgrimage site. Its isolated location and monumental form suggests it may have drawn people from surrounding regions. Ceremonies might have been conducted at the site during solstices, eclipses, or important seasonal transitions, events mirrored in the movement of the heavens and honored upon the earth. Yet no burials have been found within the serpent mound itself. Nearby mounds contain human remains, but the serpent appears to have been built purely for symbolic or ceremonial purposes. This distinguishes it from many other Native American earthworks, which often serve as burial sites. Some alternative theories, far from the academic mainstream, propose extraterrestrial connections, citing the serpent's shape as a landing signal or its alignments as messages from advanced beings. Others suggest Atlantean influence or lost civilizations. While these ideas are unsupported by archaeological evidence, they reflect the powerful grip the serpent mound holds on imagination. Indeed, standing beside it, there is a quiet weight in the air, a sense of presence, intention, and mystery. The contours of the mound rise gently from the grass, not shouting their significance, but whispering it. To walk along the path beside the coils is to enter a story without words, a ceremony etched in earth. Over the centuries, the mound has endured natural erosion, looting, farming, and attempts at excavation. In the late 1800s, the land was protected by the efforts of early preservationists who recognized its unique importance. Today, it is a National Historic Landmark, carefully maintained and studied. Visitors can view it from an observation tower, which reveals the full shape in one sweeping glance. But even with this vantage, the mound resists final explanation. Is it a calendar? A myth made manifest? A monument to transformation, life cycles, and cosmic rhythm? Perhaps it is all of these. Or perhaps it is something more subtle, a sacred expression of place, sky, and story, woven into the land by people whose names we no longer know, but whose vision remains. Like the serpent itself, the mound winds through layers of meaning, offering no single truth, only curves, turns in thought and time. It calls not for answers, but for reflection, and in its silence, it invites us to look up, down, within, and wonder. Across a high ridge in the rolling hills of southern Ohio, a silent presence curves through the earth, graceful, deliberate, and mysterious. Known as the Great Serpent Mound, this enormous earthen effigy stretches more than 1,300 feet long, its winding form undulating across the landscape in 7 subtle curves. At one end, its open jaws cradle a teardrop-shaped oval. Whether this represents an egg, the sun, the moon, or something more symbolic remains uncertain. The structure blends into its environment, barely perceptible from the ground. But from above, its full power emerges, a serpent inscribed into the skin of the earth. It is one of the largest and most enigmatic effigy mounds in the world. No written record explains its meaning. No definitive date ties it to a single culture. And yet its presence, silent, coiled, and ancient, commands reverence. The mystery begins with its age. Radiocarbon dating has produced conflicting results. Some tests suggest the mound was built around 1070 CE, likely by the Fort Ancient culture. Other findings, however, point to a much earlier construction date, possibly as far back as 300 BCE, during the Adena or Hopewell periods. Still others argue for a layered construction, rebuilt and modified by successive generations of indigenous peoples, each leaving their mark on the serpent's form. Regardless of its precise origin, the mound's scale and design reveal an extraordinary level of intention. The serpent's body winds in perfect symmetry. Its curves are not random. They align with key astronomical events. Researchers have observed that the head of the serpent points to the setting sun on the summer solstice, while other curves may mark the equinoxes and lunar standstills. If these alignments were intentional, the serpent mound could be more than a symbolic figure. It could be a cosmic calendar, tracking the passage of time in tune with the sky. This interpretation invites awe. That ancient builders, without written language, metal tools, or aerial perspective, could create a massive geoglyph in harmony with solar and lunar cycles speaks to a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and the natural world. The serpent, a symbol of transformation, life, and renewal in many cultures, becomes not just a figure but a function, a living diagram of time, myth, and landscape. Yet the serpent mound's purpose may extend beyond celestial observation. In many indigenous traditions, the serpent holds deep spiritual significance. It is a creature that moves between worlds, earth and water, above and below. In some myths, it represents the underworld. In others, it is a guardian, a bringer of knowledge, or a force of rebirth. The serpent is often associated with cycles of death and renewal, of shedding skin, of eternity winding through time. Could the Great Serpent Mound have been a ceremonial site, a sacred space for rites of passage, seasonal rituals, or offerings to ancestral spirits? Archaeological surveys of the surrounding area have uncovered burial mounds, tools, and artifacts, suggesting the broader ridge held cultural importance. But no human remains have been found within the serpent itself. Its form appears to serve a symbolic or observational role, rather than funerary. Some scholars propose that the mound may reflect mythological storytelling, a landscape narrative walked and experienced during ritual procession. Participants may have moved along the serpent's body, enacting a spiritual journey that paralleled its celestial function. From birth to death, sunrise to sunset, the serpent becomes a path as well as a symbol. More speculative theories suggest extraterrestrial influence, ancient energy grids, or pre-Columbian contact with distant cultures. These ideas, though popular in fringe circles, lack archaeological evidence. Still, they speak to the aura of wonder the mound inspires. It exists in a space between the known and the unknowable, scientific yet sacred, grounded yet cosmic. The environment adds to the mystery. The Serpent Mound's at the top, a rare geological feature, a deeply eroded ancient impact crater, nearly 5 miles in diameter. Some believe the energy of this place may have held spiritual meaning to its builders, adding another layer of intentionality to the location. Others view the high ridge and clear sight lines as purely practical, ideal for sky observation and ceremonial use. Since its rediscovery in the 19th century, the Serpent Mound has fascinated archaeologists, artists, and seekers alike. Early excavations damaged portions of the site, but later efforts led to its preservation. Today, it is a protected National Historic Landmark. A small museum and observation tower allow visitors to view the mound from above, where its full design can be seen stretching gently across the grass, eternal and elegant. Despite decades of research, no consensus has emerged about its original builder's purpose or precise meaning. And perhaps that is fitting. The Serpent Mound was not made to be explained. It was made to be experienced, to be seen from the sky, walked with reverence, aligned with the sun and moon. Its silence is not a lack of meaning, but a presence too large to be confined to a single interpretation. Like the serpent itself, the mystery coils and loops. One theory leads to another. One answer opens a new question. It remains unblinking as the world around it changes, just as it has for centuries. To stand beside it is to feel the curve of something ancient, to witness a symbol shaped not just by hands, but by seasoned skies and stories passed mouth to mouth, without a word written down. In its quiet, coiled form lies a message not of certainty, but of wonder. Carved deep into the limestone bedrock beneath the island of Malta lies a structure unlike any other in the ancient world, a sacred space of chambers, passageways, and curving walls known as the hypogeum of House Afflini. Dating back more than 5,000 years, the subterranean temple predates Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza. It was never open to the sky, never built upward. Instead, it descends, layer by layer, into the silence of the earth. Over the centuries, the mound has endured natural erosion, looting, farming, and attempts at excavation. In the late 1800s, the land was protected by the efforts of early preservationists who recognized its unique importance. Today, it is a National Historic Landmark, carefully maintained and studied. Visitors can view it from an observation tower, which reveals the full shape in one sweeping glance. But even with this vantage, the mound resists final explanation. Is it a calendar? A myth made manifest? A monument to transformation, life cycles, and cosmic rhythm? Perhaps it is all of these. Or perhaps it is something more subtle, a sacred expression of place, sky, and story, woven into the land by people whose names we no longer know, but whose vision remains. Like the serpent itself, the mound winds through layers of meaning, offering no single truth, only curves, turns in thought and time. It calls not for answers, but for reflection, and in its silence, it invites us to look up, down, within, and wonder. Across a high ridge in the rolling hills of southern Ohio, a silent presence curves through the earth, graceful, deliberate, and mysterious. Known as the Great Serpent Mound, this enormous earthen effigy stretches more than 1,300 feet long, its winding form undulating across the landscape in 7 subtle curves. At one end, its open jaws cradle a teardrop-shaped oval. Whether this represents an egg, the sun, the moon, or something more symbolic remains uncertain. The structure blends into its environment, barely perceptible from the ground. But from above, its full power emerges, a serpent inscribed into the skin of the earth. It is one of the largest and most enigmatic effigy mounds in the world. No written record explains its meaning. No definitive date ties it to a single culture. And yet its presence, silent, coiled, and ancient, commands reverence. The mystery begins with its age. Radiocarbon dating has produced conflicting results. Some tests suggest the mound was built around 1070 CE, likely by the Fort Ancient culture. Other findings, however, point to a much earlier construction date, possibly as far back as 300 BCE. during the Adena or Hopewell periods. Still others argue for a layered construction, rebuilt and modified by successive generations of indigenous peoples, each leaving their mark on the serpent's form. Regardless of its precise origin, the mound's scale and design reveal an extraordinary level of intention. The serpent's body winds in perfect symmetry. Its curves are not random. They align with key astronomical events. Researchers have observed that the head of the serpent points to the setting sun on the summer solstice, while other curves may mark the equinoxes and lunar standstills. If these alignments were intentional, the serpent mound could be more than a symbolic figure. It could be a cosmic calendar, tracking the passage of time in tune with the sky. This interpretation invites awe. That ancient builders, without written language, metal tools, or aerial perspective, could create a massive geoglyph in harmony with solar and lunar cycles speaks to a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and the natural world. The serpent, a symbol of transformation, life, and renewal in many cultures, becomes not just a figure but a function, a living diagram of time, myth, and landscape. Yet the serpent mound's purpose may extend beyond celestial observation. In many indigenous traditions, the serpent holds deep spiritual significance. It is a creature that moves between worlds, earth and water, above and below. In some myths, it represents the underworld. In others, it is a guardian, a bringer of knowledge, or a force of rebirth. The serpent is often associated with cycles of death and renewal, of shedding skin, of eternity winding through time. Could the Great Serpent Mound have been a ceremonial site, a sacred space for rites of passage, seasonal rituals, or offerings to ancestral spirits? Archaeological surveys of the surrounding area have uncovered burial mounds, tools, and artifacts, suggesting the broader ridge held cultural importance. But no human remains have been found within the serpent itself. Its form appears to serve a symbolic or observational role, rather than funerary. Some scholars propose that the mound may reflect mythological storytelling, a landscape narrative walked and experienced during ritual procession. Participants may have moved along the serpent's body, enacting a spiritual journey that paralleled its celestial function. From birth to death, sunrise to sunset, the serpent becomes a path as well as a symbol. More speculative theories suggest extraterrestrial influence, ancient energy grids, or pre-Columbian contact with distant cultures. These ideas, though popular in fringe circles, lack archaeological evidence. Still, they speak to the aura of wonder the mound inspires. It exists in a space between the known and the unknowable, scientific yet sacred, grounded yet cosmic. The environment adds to the mystery. The serpent mound's at the top, a rare geological feature, a deeply eroded ancient impact crater, nearly 5 miles in diameter. Some believe the energy of this place may have held spiritual meaning to its builders, adding another layer of intentionality to the location. Others view the high ridge and clear sight lines as purely practical, ideal for sky observation and ceremonial use. Since its rediscovery in the 19th century, the Serpent Mound has fascinated archaeologists, artists, and seekers alike. Early excavations damaged portions of the site, but later efforts led to its preservation. Today, it is a protected National Historic Landmark. A small museum and observation tower allow visitors to view the mound from above, where its full design can be seen stretching gently across the grass, eternal and elegant. Despite decades of research, no consensus has emerged about its original builder's purpose or precise meaning. And perhaps that is fitting. The Serpent Mound was not made to be explained. It was made to be experienced, to be seen from the sky, walked with reverence, aligned with the sun and moon. Its silence is not a lack of meaning, but a presence too large to be confined to a single interpretation. Like the serpent itself, the mystery coils and loops. One theory leads to another. One answer opens a new question. It remains unblinking as the world around it changes, just as it has for centuries. To stand beside it is to feel the curve of something ancient, to witness a symbol shaped not just by hands, but by seasons, skies, and stories passed mouth to mouth, without a word written down. In its quiet, coiled form lies a message not of certainty, but of wonder. Carved deep into the limestone bedrock beneath the island of Malta lies a structure unlike any other in the ancient world, a sacred space of chambers, passageways, and curving walls known as the hypogeum of House Afflini. Dating back more than 5,000 years, the subterranean temple predates Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza. It was never open to the sky, never built upward. Instead, it descends, layer by layer, into the silence of the earth. The hypogeum is not merely a tomb, though thousands of human bones were once found within its chambers. It is not simply a temple, though its spaces are arranged with ceremonial symmetry. It is a mystery, an echo of a civilization whose language, myths, and intentions are lost to time. Yet here, beneath the streets of modern-day Paula, the ancient dead whisper still. The structure is divided into 3 levels, carved entirely by hand using antler tools and stone implements. The upper level, closest to the surface, is thought to have begun as a sanctuary or communal burial site. The middle level, the most elaborate, contains carved doorways, curved walls, red ochre paintings, and architectural features that mimic the freestanding temples found on the surface of Malta, except here, they are shaped from the living rock. The deepest level descends into dark, its chambers devoid of decoration, heavy with silence. But perhaps the most astonishing feature of the hypogeum is not what you see, but what you hear. In one chamber, known today as the Oracle Room, a strange phenomenon occurs. A male voice, speaking or chanting within the small, curved space, resonates with unusual power. The sound vibrates throughout the entire structure, filling the hypogeum with an acoustic hum that seems to reach not only the ears, but the bones of the listener. This effect, confirmed by acoustic scientists, peaks at around 110 hertz, a frequency known to affect brain activity, emotion, and perception. Was this design intentional? If so, it suggests an astonishing understanding of sound engineering. The builders may have harnessed acoustics not only for communication or performance, but as a spiritual tool, to amplify ritual, induce trance, or connect the living with the realm of the dead. The echo could have carried voices beyond ordinary hearing, transforming human sound into something divine. Such resonance, in a space of death and memory, invites profound speculation. Within the hypogeum, archaeologists found the remains of more than 7,000 individuals, men, women, and children. Many bones were stacked or piled, others lay with care in niches and chambers. Some skulls, intriguingly, showed signs of elongation, perhaps intentional cranial modification, perhaps something else. The purpose of these burials remains uncertain. Were they reserved for priests, for the elite, or for those chosen by fate? Were the dead brought here individually over centuries, or in larger ceremonial events? No inscriptions tell the story. No names remain. Among the artifacts discovered are carved figurines, some stylized, others hauntingly lifelike. The most famous is a sleeping lady, a small clay sculpture of a reclining figure with folded arms, wide hips, and closed eyes. She rests in quiet repose, her presence suggesting rest, fertility, or passage into another world. Found in the depths of the hypogeum, she has become a symbol of the site itself, a silent guardian of its secrets. The temple's design appears to mirror that of above-ground megalithic temples, such as Hagar Kim and Najdra. Doorways, niches, and apses mimic those of their surface counterparts. But here, the effect is inverted. You enter not into the light, but into the dark. The architectural language is the same, but the setting reverses expectation. It is as if the hypogeum were a reflection, an underworld echo of the world above. Rituals likely took place here. Rites of passage, funerary ceremonies, offerings to the gods, red ochre stains on the walls, reminiscent of blood or life force, may have played a symbolic role in these proceedings. The interplay of light and shadow, sound and silence, space and stone, will create an experience both sensory and spiritual. But why build downward? Some suggest it was to mimic the womb of the earth, a return to origins, a rebirth into another realm. Others propose that the hypogeum was a sanctuary of the ancestors, a place to commune with spirits in the quiet beneath the surface. Still others wonder at the darkness, the echo. The labyrinthine chambers were designed to transform consciousness, to bring initiates into altered states, into communion with something beyond. No matter the theory, the hypogeum defies simple explanation. It is one of the few subterranean prehistoric temples in the world. Its preservation is delicate. Human breath, heat, and humidity have all threatened its fragile walls. Today, access is strictly limited. Only a small number of visitors are allowed in at a time, often under dim light, guided slowly through chambers whose silence feels ancient and alive. To enter is to descend, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually. The air thickens. The walls press in. Every sound, every step, every whisper lingers just a little too long. The hypogeum asks nothing. It only listens. And in its resonance, it remembers. Beneath the dense canopy at Chiapas, in the heart of the ancient Maya city of Palenque, lies a tomb shrouded in crimson mystery. Within the Temple 13 structure, archaeologists unearthed a stone sarcophagus containing the remains of a noble woman. Her bones, offerings, and the very walls around are soaked in a vivid red pigment. This is the tomb of the Red Queen. The discovery, made in 1994, sent a ripple through the archaeological world. Palenque was already known for the magnificent tomb of Pacal the Great, one of the most powerful rulers in Maya history, whose richly adorned burial had been found beneath the nearby Temple of the Inscriptions in the 1950s. But the Red Queen's resting place, hidden in a smaller temple adjacent to Pacal's, opened new questions about lineage, royalty, and the reverence of the dead. Her body was coated in cinnabar, a mercurial red mineral often used in ancient funerary practices to represent blood, vitality, or divine transformation. The pigment was not only spread over her remains, but painted across her tomb, turning stone to scarlet. The effect, even after centuries underground, is startling. It's as if time paused and color remained as witness. But who is she? Her identity remains uncertain. No inscriptions accompany her body, no glyphs carved into the tomb walls to name her. Yet the richness of her burial suggests high status. She was found in a jade mask and ornaments, symbols of nobility and spiritual significance in Maya culture. Some scholars believe she may have been Pacal's wife, Queen Tizakbuajal, buried with honor beside her consort. Others suggest she could have been a priestess or queen in her own right, holding power in ways not yet fully understood. The position of her tomb supports this theory. While Temple 13 is modest compared to the Grand Temple of the Inscriptions, its proximity to Pacal's burial and the attention given to its construction indicate intentional reverence. The sarcophagus was carved from limestone and sealed in a chamber accessible only through a narrow corridor. Within that chamber, 2 other bodies were found, sacrificial companions, likely attendants offered to serve her in the afterlife. But it is the cinnabar that makes the Red Queen unforgettable. Cinnabar, or mercury sulfide, was rare and dangerous. It was mined from volcanic regions, ground into a fine powder, and carried across long distances. Inhaling or absorbing it could lead to mercury poisoning. Yet ancient cultures revered it as a sacred substance. To cover the dead in cinnabar was to grant them rebirth, to preserve their essence, to offer a bridge between the living world and the divine. The Maya used red in rituals tied to blood, fertility, and sacrifice. In this sense, the Red Queen's tomb may be more than a resting place. It may be a transformational chamber, a symbolic womb from which the spirit would be reborn. The color becomes language. The silence becomes story. Her bones reveal clues. She was likely in her 60s at the time of death, an advanced age for the era. Analysis of her teeth and skull showed signs of elite nutrition and life within the palace sphere. She had likely never engaged in physical labor. Her skeleton bore none of the marks of toil, but instead carried the quiet signs of privilege. If she was indeed Tizakbuajal, her story becomes even richer. Tizakbu was said to have come from a noble family in a neighboring Maya city, married to Pacal in a political alliance that unified powerful bloodlines. Her role may have extended beyond consort. She may have been instrumental in shaping dynastic power, ritual practice, or the preservation of royal lineage. But without inscriptions to confirm her identity, her presence remains partially veiled. The tomb's architecture reflects Maya beliefs about death and cosmology. The chamber descends into the earth, echoing the journey to Xibalba, the Maya underworld. To pass through death was to journey through darkness, trials, and rebirth. The tomb's design, the sacrificial companions, the cinnabar, it all reflects preparation for that journey. Today, the tomb is protected, its contents removed for study and preservation. The remains of the Red Queen now rest in a specially climate-controlled environment. Her jade masks and ornaments are displayed in museums, silent reminders of a life once wrapped in ceremony, power, and crimson mystery. Yet standing within the stone shell of Temple 13, the silence remains palpable. The space feels set apart from time, as though the rituals that once took place there are only just out of reach. The air seems to hold breath, waiting, whoever she was. The Red Queen forces us to reconsider the narratives of ancient history, which so often focus on kings, conquests, and carved decorations. Here lies a woman of no known name, who received one of the most elaborate burials of her time. Her power was felt, her memory preserved, not through text, but through color, ritual, and presence. Perhaps that is the most haunting aspect of her story. The way it resists certainty, even as it calls out for recognition. The Red Queen does not speak, but her tomb speaks for her. And in the red dust of cinnabar, in the smooth curve of jade, in the silence between stone walls, a figure emerges, noble, shrouded, waiting. High on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, where the rocks breathe mist and time feels fractured, the ruins of Delphi rest in quiet splendor. Here, in the heart of ancient Greece, pilgrims once gathered from every corner of the known world to consult the oracle, a priestess who spoke in riddles. Her words believed to echo the will of Apollo, god of light and truth. For centuries, the oracle of Delphi shaped kings' decisions, stirred empires, and whispered the fates of mortals in verses thick with mystery. But beneath her chamber, science would later discover something stranger still. Traces of gas rising through fractures in the earth, perhaps blurring the line between prophecy and chemistry. In its prime, Delphi was considered the omphalos, the navel of the world. It was a sacred hub, a cosmic center where heaven, earth, and underworld converged. The sanctuary complex grew around the temple of Apollo, where the Pythia, the chosen oracle priestess, would descend into trance to deliver her divine messages. She sat atop a tripod over a chasm, in a chamber known as the Ataton, accessible only to priests. There, surrounded by laurel leaves and sacred water, she would inhale, sway, and speak. Her words were recorded and interpreted by temple officials, often coming out fragmented, symbolic, and deeply poetic. They were rarely straightforward. When Croesus of Lydia asked if he should go to war, the oracle replied that if he crossed the river, a great empire would fall. In courage, he attacked, only to watch his own empire collapse. The oracle had spoken truly, but not clearly. For generations, historians and skeptics alike wondered how the oracle produced such visions. Was it performance? Was it mass belief? Or was something more tangible involved? In the 20th century, scientists began to explore the geology beneath Delphi. What they discovered was as fascinating as any myth. The temple stood directly over a fault line, where two geological faults intersect. This alone was unusual. But more intriguingly, these faults released ethylene gas, a mildly sweet-smelling hydrocarbon that, in certain concentrations, can induce euphoric, dreamlike states and, in higher doses, unconsciousness or hallucinations. When researchers examined the area in detail, they found evidence of ancient springs and fissures in the rock consistent with natural gas emissions. Traces of ethylene, along with methane and other gases, had likely seeped up through the earth and filled the Ataton over time. The Pythia, sitting low within the space and inhaling unknowingly, may have entered altered states not by divine channeling, but by the earth itself. This revelation doesn't diminish the sacred. If anything, it enriches it. Imagine a culture that built its holiest site not only atop symbolism and myth, but on a literal intersection of natural forces, a place where the breath of the earth shaped the breath of the divine. Whether by intuition, coincidence, or deeper wisdom, the ancient Greeks had positioned their oracle at one of the most potent geological sites in the region. The rituals surrounding the Pythia also hint at careful preparation. The priestess would fast, bathe in the Castalian spring, chew laurel leaves, and burn sacred herbs before each session. These acts, along with the buildup of anticipation, created a psychological atmosphere primed for altered states. Whether she was speaking under the influence of ethylene or the weight of ceremony, the effect was the same. Her words carried the weight of divinity. Modern attempts to recreate the exact conditions of the Ataton have proven difficult. The temple has long since collapsed, and many of the deeper structures are inaccessible. But the surrounding geology tells a story. The Delphic region is highly active, with shifting faults and subterranean fractures. Water flowing through these cracks may have helped carry the gases upward, concentrating them in low, enclosed areas. Even today, the concept of a place charged with invisible energy still resonates. We are drawn to fault lines, sacred springs, echo chambers, spaces that stir something in the human body and mind. Whether through gas, geometry, or myth, the oracle's chamber was tuned to alter perception. There is also the question of belief. Thousands came to Delphi, year after year, generation after generation, to hear the voice of Apollo. Their belief gave the oracle power. The words spoken may have been cryptic, but their impact was real, guiding political alliances, shaping wars, even influencing colonization. Delphi was not simply a site of prophecy. It was a force in history. And yet, beneath it all, the earth hummed. The myth of the oracle remains alive not because it was ever proven, but because it captured a deeper truth, that humans seek meaning, guidance, and communion with something greater than themselves. In Delphi, that search met the whispering stone, the rising mist, and a woman in trance whose voice echoed between worlds. Today, visitors walk among the ruins, the collapsed temple columns, the silent amphitheater, the sacred way once lined with votive offerings. The wind moves through cypress and stone. The Castalian spring still flows. And somewhere beneath the dust and moss, the fault lines remain quiet and unseen. The oracle chamber is gone, sealed or broken, but the questions endure. Did the earth create the voice of a god? Did Apollo speak through gas and stone? Or was the miracle always human? The ability to listen, to believe, to translate mystery into meaning? In the quiet space where science and myth meet, Delphi still breathes. And if you listen closely, you may hear something stir, not an answer, but an echo. At the northern end of Mexico's vast and ancient city of Teotihuacan stands the Temple of the Moon, a tiered pyramid rising from stone avenues and long-forgotten plazas. Today, it watches silently over the ruins of a civilization that left no written record, no name for itself, and no known descendants to tell its story. Teotihuacan was once one of the largest cities in the world, yet we do not know what its builders called themselves, what language they spoke, or why they eventually vanished. And beneath this pyramid, the mysteries deepen literally. Hidden beneath its foundations are tunnels, chambers, and pools of liquid mercury, shimmering in the dark like trapped starlight. The Temple of the Moon was one of the most sacred spaces in Teotihuacan. Though smaller than the more famous Pyramid of the Sun, it was built with equal precision and aligned directly with Cerro Gordo, the sacred mountain in the distance. This alignment may not be coincidental. The people of Teotihuacan may have seen mountains as divine, representing origins or places of spiritual power. To mimic one in stone was to connect heaven and earth. Beneath this monumental structure, archaeologists have uncovered a network of underground tunnels, deliberately built, hidden away, and sealed in antiquity. These passages weren't just structural. They were ceremonial. In 2017, researchers revealed the presence of metallic mercury within the tunnels. Traces of silvery liquid gathered in hidden basins deep below the temple floor. Mercury does not occur in liquid form in nature. It must be mined, heated, and refined, an elaborate and dangerous process. That the people of Teotihuacan possess enough knowledge to extract and manipulate it suggests remarkable technical sophistication. But the real mystery is, why? In Mesoamerican mythology, caves and underground spaces symbolize portals to the underworld, places of emergence and return, where life and death exchange their secrets. Mercury, shimmering and reflective, may have been viewed as sacred. Its unusual properties, liquid, mobile, luminous, could have represented rivers of the underworld, paths of the sun at night, or divine essences meant only for the gods. The presence of Mercury in such a setting implies that rituals may have taken place below, not just above. While the pyramid towers toward the sky, its base hides access to what may have been seen as a parallel world, a mirror world, shimmering and unseen. Within the same tunnels, archaeologists also found offerings, greenstone figurines, obsidian blades, and carved shells. Some chambers contain pyrite mirrors, brilliant discs used in rituals to channel reflection and light. Pyrite, often called fool's gold, was valued for its shine, perhaps serving as a symbolic link between the human and divine. When placed near Mercury, the visual effect would have been otherworldly, metallic shimmer on metallic shimmer, dancing in flickering firelight. Together, these materials paint a picture not a burial, but a ceremony, carefully orchestrated, deeply symbolic, and possibly restricted to elite priests or initiates. The rituals performed here may have centered around death and transformation, not as an end, but as a cycle, one where descent into the underworld preceded return to the light. The architecture of the pyramid also reflects this duality. Each level echoes the terraces of mountains, possibly representing the layers of existence: earth, sky, and the watery underworld. At the top, rituals may have invoked celestial power, while below, in the mercury-filled dark, offerings were made to ancestral forces or deities of the deep. But who were these people? The city of Teotihuacan flourished between the 1st and 7th century CE, long before the rise of the Aztecs. Its influence spread across Mesoamerica. Traders, pilgrims, and emissaries carried its art and architecture to distant regions. When the Aztecs later discovered the city's ruins, they were awestruck, calling it the place where gods were born. But by then, Teotihuacan had been abandoned for centuries. No one knows why the city declined. Theories range from internal rebellion and drought to resource collapse or spiritual upheaval. Whatever the cause, its sacred spaces, including the Temple of the Moon, were left to time. And still they speak. The mercury beneath the pyramid remained undisturbed for over 1,000 years. Its presence, discovered only through modern tools and excavation, now refracts our understanding of the past. The people of Teotihuacan use a material we only began to understand in recent centuries. For what, we cannot be sure. Was mercury used to anoint the dead? To create illusions during ritual? To act as a divine offering? Or even a functional element in some forgotten ceremonial technology? Some researchers have speculated, tentatively, that the tunnel system may have served as a symbolic map of the cosmos, with the mercury mimicking celestial rivers, stars, or the journey of the soul. Others see it as a space for elite initiations, rites that took place far from public view, hidden beneath stone, lit by fire, shimmer, and a hush of deep stone silence. Whatever the truth, the Temple of the Moon invites not answers, but quiet awe. Today, visitors walk the Avenue of the Dead, a broad ceremonial path that leads from the Pyramid of the Sun to the Temple of the Moon. From its base, the pyramid looks silent, immovable. Few suspect the world that exists beneath. The mercury remains, sealed away again, studied, but not yet fully understood. No text explains its use. No voice from the past speaks to clarify. And perhaps that is part of its power. The Temple of the Moon stands as both monument and mystery, a place where the ancient city touched sky and tunneled downward into shadow, where fire met metal, where the divine may have glimmered in pools of silver. Beneath the cold, murky waters of Lake Michigan, far from the eyes of most and hidden under centuries of sediment and silence, lies a structure that defies explanation. Discovered in 2007 by a team of researchers conducting a routine sonar scan of the lake bed, the formation resembles something unexpected, an apparent stone circle arranged with geometric deliberation. Among the submerged rocks, one caught the eye in particular. It bore a carving that looked remarkably like a mastodon, an Ice Age creature believed to have gone extinct over 10,000 years ago. If the carving is authentic, and if the structure was arranged before the lake reached its current water levels, the implications are profound. It would place human craftsmanship on the site at a time when glaciers were still retreating, when the Great Lakes were only beginning to take shape, and when the landscape was wild, cold, and raw. In essence, it would suggest that long before Stonehenge, before the pyramids, before the first cities rose in Mesopotamia, someone may have carved and arranged stones in what is now the dark silence beneath Lake Michigan. The discovery was accidental. Researchers from Northwestern Michigan College were using sonar to search for shipwrecks, relics of more recent history, when the scan revealed unusual stone arrangements some 40 feet beneath the surface. At first glance, the formation didn't seem natural. The stones were large, spaced with apparent intention, and one seemed to have markings too precise to be random erosion. Curious, the team sent divers and a remote-operated vehicle into the frigid water to capture footage. What they recorded showed a low ring of stones arranged in a circular or elliptical pattern, resting on the lake bed. One boulder bore would appear to be an etching, a long trunk, slope back, and legs. Features matching the profile of mastodon, an elephant-like species that once roamed North America. It was not a full mural, not a lifelike rendering, but rather a symbolic impression. Still, it was enough to stir debate. The Great Lakes region was once dry land, a vast forested tundra that supported megafauna and Paleo-Indian cultures. As glaciers melted and sea levels rose, lowlands were flooded and transformed into lakes. If this circle of stones predates the lake itself, it must have been built during a brief window of prehistory, when humans and mastodons still shared a land, and when ritual, survival, and environment were tightly woven together. But as with many such discoveries, the mystery is complicated by access and context. The underwater environment is hostile to excavation. Visibility is poor, currents are strong, and the lake's seasonal changes constantly shift sediment. Moreover, the site has not been extensively studied, partly due to lack of funding, partly due to jurisdictional challenges, and partly due to caution. Unlike a traditional archaeological dig, underwater exploration moves slowly, without context, tools, bones, or other datable artifacts. It's difficult to verify the age or purpose of the stone arrangement. Skeptics argue that the carving could be natural, a trick of erosion or an illusion caused by lighting and silt. Others point out that even if the mastodon image is real, it could have been carved more recently and sunk afterward. Without carbon dating or surrounding cultural material, the formation remains an archaeological limbo. And yet, the structure continues to provoke quiet wonder. Why arrange stones in a circle on land that would one day drown? Was it ceremonial, astronomical, or social? Was it a hunting trap, a memorial, a map, or a space for rituals lost to time? Circles of standing stones appear in cultures around the world, from the British Isles to Siberia to Africa, each layered with significance. They often served as sites of gathering, worship, or storytelling. Could the Lake Michigan Formation be part of that same human impulse to place, to align, to leave a mark? Geologically, the stones are not alien to the area. Glacial movement left boulders scattered across the region. But arrangement, intentional placement, that's the question. Nature is rarely symmetrical. The more perfect the circle, the more deliberate the design. There's also something poetic about it. A stone circle beneath a freshwater inland sea. A mastodon etched beneath the waves. A forgotten space that once touched sky, now cloaked in cold blue silence. The image calls to something ancient in imagination. For indigenous communities in the Great Lakes region, water holds sacred meaning. The lakes are not just bodies of water, but living entities, carriers of memory, story, and spirit. While there's no direct connection between the stone circle and any known oral tradition, the presence of mystery in the lake's depths resonates with the idea that the land and what it covers still holds voices that haven't yet spoken. Modern researchers hope to return to the site with improved equipment, high-resolution scans, sediment analysis, and potentially the recovery of organic materials could one day provide clarity. Until then, the stones wait. Above the surface, the lake remains calm, waves lapping the shore, boats gliding overhead, unaware. Beneath, in cold and darkness, the circle sits, unmoved, unspoken. Whether the carving is truly a mastodon or merely an accidental illusion, whether the stones were arranged by hand or settled by chance, the site invites reflection. It is not about proving or disproving. It is about wondering. What other histories sleep beneath our feet, beneath our seas, beneath the quiet surfaces we take for granted? What gestures did our ancestors leave, etched in stone, aligned to stars, or placed just so, waiting not to be explained but noticed? In the stillness of the lake, the past drifts. In the quiet Zhejiang province of eastern China, hidden beneath the farmlands and villages of Longyu, lies a mystery so massive, so meticulously carved, that its silence feels intentional. These are the Longyu Caves, 24 enormous chambers hewn directly into solid sandstone. Each one plunges deep underground with towering ceilings, crisp symmetry, and walls etched in parallel chisel marks from floor to roof. But there are no inscriptions, no records, and no remnants of tools. No one knows who built them, why they were made, or how such immense volumes of stone were removed, without a single trace. The caves were discovered in 1992, not by archaeologists, but by curious villagers. Local legend held that the still ponds scattered across the region had no bottom, that they were endless. Seeking to test the myth, villagers began draining one of the ponds using pumps. As the water receded, something unexpected emerged. Not a natural depression, but an enormous hand-carved chamber. Its floor was flat, the walls smooth and vertical. Every surface was marked by the same rhythmic chisel pattern, like the scales of a fish, descending in ordered lines. And it wasn't a lone anomaly. Draining more of the bottomless ponds revealed a network of similarly shaped chambers, each massive, some reaching heights of 30 meters and covering over 1,000 square meters. Side by side, they formed a subterranean complex of staggering scale. No one in local memory knew of them. No stories passed down. No historical texts or ancient scrolls mentioned their existence. And yet, these were not mere caves. They were deliberate constructions, carved with geometric consistency, often within just a few feet of each other, yet never intersecting. That alone suggests planning on an advanced level, a surveyor's understanding of space, mass, and structural integrity. Archaeologists and geologists estimate that millions of cubic feet of stone must have been removed to create the Longyu caves, perhaps hundreds of thousands of tons. And yet, there is no evidence. No stone piles nearby, no quarries, no tools, no roads or platforms that might have assisted in hauling the stone away. Even if the excavated sandstone was dispersed, how could it have disappeared without record? And the precision, how was it achieved? The chisel marks suggest a consistent tool shape, pressure, and angle across all chambers. The walls are almost perfectly vertical. The corners form right angles. The ceilings are flat. Some chambers contain raised platforms and ornamental features. Columns are spaced at regular intervals. The whole complex feels planned, as if drafted by invisible blueprints. But for what purpose? There are no signs of habitation. No soot from fire pits, no pottery shards, no sleeping areas or burial sites. The caves were not tombs, nor were they storage depots or shelters from war. Their depth and lack of ventilation would make living in them uncomfortable, even dangerous. They appear ceremonial or perhaps symbolic. Some have theorized they were imperial projects, possibly constructed during the Qin or Han dynasties. But this would still place their creation over 2,000 years ago. Others argue they may be older still, dating back to a time when no written history survives. Without organic material, carbon dating is nearly impossible. And without artifacts, cultural connections remain speculative. There's also the question of effort. Why invest such monumental labor in carving chambers out of stone only to hide them, leaving no markers, no access ways, no usable benefit? And how did an ancient workforce accomplish this with the tools available at the time? No evidence of lighting has been found. To work in total darkness would have been impossible. Yet the caves lacked blackened ceilings or torch residue. If light was used, it left no sign. If mirrors or water channels were employed to reflect daylight, no apparatus remains. Some theorists have pointed to the consistency of the chisel patterns, suggesting that a large coordinated workforce followed a single set of guidelines. Others see the symmetry and repetition as ritualistic, less about function, more about belief. Perhaps the creation itself was the purpose, a kind of sacred labor honoring the earth or gods. Still others wonder if the caves had an acoustic or vibrational significance. Their echoing silence create a feeling of otherworldliness, as if sound behaves differently within their walls. This has led to speculation about music, trance states, or ceremonies conducted in resonance with the stone. But all of these are questions. The caves themselves offer no answers. What makes the Longyu Cave so haunting is not only their size or age, but their anonymity. Grand monuments across the world, pyramids, temples, ziggurats, were adorned with names, deities, declarations of power. These caves say nothing. They whisper only through their silence and their shape. To stand inside one is to feel the scale of forgotten effort. The ceilings rise like cathedrals, unsupported yet unmoved after centuries. Light from a flashlight glances across walls and vanishes into corners. There's a stillness here, one that doesn't feel abandoned but paused. Who built these vaults beneath the hills of Longyu? Was it a culture that wished to hide something, or someone Were these rehearsal chambers for larger dreams, or remnants of beliefs we no longer understand? Today, a few of the caves are open to visitors. Pathways and stairs allow guests to descend into the carved darkness, where stone remembers hands long turned to dust. But most remain sealed, quiet, and untouched. Preservation efforts are careful. Excavation is slow. The caves endure as one of the great unsolved archaeological enigmas of Asia. No one knows how many more lie undiscovered. No one knows if they are isolated, or part of a greater network stretching further below. What we do know is this. Beneath the hills and farms, under soil and centuries, someone made a decision to carve space from stone, to build something vast, deliberate, and hidden, and then to leave. In the remote valleys of northern Italy, etched into the glacier-smooth rock of the Camonica Valley, lies one of the world's most expansive and enigmatic open-air archives of human imagination. Spanning over 8,000 years of continuous expression, the Valcamonica petroglyphs stretch across 30 square kilometers of alpine terrain. Over 140,000 figures and symbols are carved into stone: warriors, hunters, spirals, animals, grids, rituals, weapons, celestial shapes, and curiously, mysterious humanoid figures that some believe wear helmets or radiate beams of energy. These petroglyphs are not gathered in a single wall or panel. They are scattered across hundreds of rock surfaces, forming a kind of silent, prehistoric museum, an open book whose pages are made of stone. The carvings begin as far back as the Mesolithic era, around 6000 BCE, and continue through the Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and into Roman times. They span not just time, but transformation. Shifts in belief, social order, and cosmology can be traced across these simple, chiseled lines. Many images are mundane, documenting daily life, agriculture, hunting, animal domestication. Others show social rituals, duels, and processions. Yet among these familiar motifs are stranger forms, anthropomorphic figures with disproportionately large heads, enclosed in what appear to be suits or helmets, rays extending from their bodies like beams or antennas, scenes that suggest movement to the sky or interaction with celestial forms. It's these particular figures that have captured the modern imagination and controversy. To archaeologists, these depictions are part of symbolic language, one rooted in shamanistic traditions, mythic storytelling, or early religious cosmologies. The figures may represent gods, spirits, or ancestors, entities encountered in altered states of consciousness. Their helmets may be headdresses. Their rays may be spiritual auras. Still, the carvings remain open to interpretation, for there are no written records to explain them. No single culture left behind a Rosetta Stone for the rocks of Valcamonica. For others, especially proponents of ancient astronaut theories, the mystery takes on a more speculative tone. They see in these images a possible record of contact, visions of beings not from myth, but from elsewhere. Could these figures be ancient impressions of something more literal? Visitors? Machines? Technologies long since lost? Though mainstream archaeology does not support extraterrestrial explanations, the petroglyphs do capture something unusual. The merging of the everyday with the cosmic, the earthly with the mysterious. And perhaps that, more than anything, reveals the mindset of the people who carved them. Valcamonica was not isolated. It lay along ancient routes through the Alps, connected to broader networks of trade and cultural exchange. Its people likely encountered shifting ideas, new materials, new myths, new pressures. The petroglyphs may reflect responses to these changes, moments of anxiety, reverence, or awe, captured not in words, but in shape. Many of the carvings are layered, one image over another, centuries apart. A Bronze Age rider may be etched beside a Neolithic deer. A solar symbol may be flanked by a more recent depiction of a Roman cart. The result is a visual palimpsest, a landscape written and rewritten over millennia. The carving method itself is slow and deliberate. Using stone or metal chisels, artisans pecked away at the soft, dark rock, removing the surface to reveal lighter stone beneath. It could take hours to render even a small figure. This was not casual graffiti. These were acts of memory, ritual, or devotion. The process mattered as much as the image. Some surfaces feature hundreds of figures, densely packed, creating a kind of visual rhythm. Others are spare, just a few precise lines standing alone against the rock. Across all of them, a language unfolds, not of letters, but of presence. Among the most debated images are those with geometric precision. Grids, spirals, and radiating circles appear frequently. Were they calendars? Star charts? Maps of ritual space? Or were they symbolic systems, echoing the rhythms of agriculture, season, or spiritual life? In recent decades, researchers have explored these questions using digital mapping, satellite positioning, and software analysis. They've identified alignments with solar cycles and geographic markers. Some panels appear oriented to the rising sun at solstice. Others may mirror constellations. But these interpretations remain tentative, poetic more than definitive. What makes the Valcamonica petroglyphs so moving isn't just their mystery. It's their continuity. For thousands of years, generations returned to these stones, added their own stories, responded to what came before. The rock became a communal memory, evolving and absorbing. And yet, so much remained silent. Who first carved a figure into this valley stone? Was it a solitary act or a shared rite? Did they believe they were making a mark for eternity, or simply calling out to the unseen? Did the helmeted figures represent dreams, ancestors, fears, hopes? In a time before books, before nations, before borders, stone was the archive, and Valcamonica holds more than just images. It holds echoes, not of a single moment, but of a long and layered becoming. A human voice etched across time in the quiet grammar of line and shape. Today, the valley is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Trails wind through forest and meadow, leading visitors past the silent witnesses of ancient thought. Interpretive signs offer theories, translations, context, but the stones themselves still speak more directly, bypassing language and reaching towards something older. Perhaps that is what the petroglyphs ultimately offer, not answers, but connection. A link between the hand and the cosmos, between vision and surface, between one human moment and the next. Off the western coast of India, where the Arabian Sea gently laps against the shores of Gujarat, an ancient legend meets the ocean's hush. This is a site near modern-day Dwarka, a place long revered in Hindu mythology as the sacred city of Lord Krishna. But beyond the stories passed down through scripture and song, sonar scans have revealed something startling beneath the waves. Patterns of stone blocks, grid-like formations, and what appear to be submerged structures resting quietly on the seafloor. Dwarka in Sanskrit means gateway. According to ancient texts like the Mahabharata and the Haravamsa, it was a city of unparalleled beauty and engineering, built by Krishna himself on the western edge of India after he left Mathura. Descriptions in the scriptures paint a picture of golden palaces, wide roads, gates adorned with gems and towering columns, an urban paradise that eventually sank into the sea, consumed by the waves when Krishna departed the earth. For centuries, these accounts were seen by many as allegorical or spiritual, myth rather than memory. But in the early 2000s, marine archaeologists working with India's National Institute of Ocean Technology, NIOT, conducted surveys of the Gulf of Khambat, not far from present-day Dwarka. What they found sparked quiet excitement and deep curiosity. Beneath about 30 to 40 meters of water lay patterns that seemed anything but natural. Sonar images revealed geometric shapes, right-angle formations resembling streets, platforms, and walls stretching across several square kilometers. These shapes were not randomly scattered, but aligned as if part of a buried grid. Divers recovered artifacts, pottery shards, stone anchors, fossilized bones, and tools. Some of these finds were dated by independent labs to be nearly 9,000 years old, far older than any known Indian civilization. If accurate, this would rewrite the timeline of Indian history. The oldest known civilization in the subcontinent, the Indus Valley Civilization, flourished around 2600 BCE. But these submerged structures suggest an advanced, organized settlement millennia earlier, before agriculture had even fully taken hold in many parts of the world. Could this be the original Dwarka? Skeptics urge caution. Underwater archaeology is fraught with challenges. Currents shift sediment, structures erode, and natural formations can mimic artificial ones. Some geologists argue the patterns on the seafloor could be the result of natural rock fracturing or the movement of ancient riverbeds. The dating of the artifacts remains disputed. Critics note that items recovered from the sea floor may not be from the structures themselves, but carried there over time by currents or landslides. And yet, the mystery persists. The proximity of the finds to modern Dvarka, a city still revered as Krishna's ancient capital, adds a layer of poetic resonance. Pilgrims flock to the current city's temples, offering prayers, recounting epics, and walking the same shores where, according to lore, the sea once reclaimed a divine metropolis. Local fishermen have long spoken of the sunken city, telling tales of seeing temples beneath the water, of stone walls glimpsed during low tides. These oral histories, often dismissed by mainstream scholarship, now shimmer with potential validation. Marine archaeologists continue to investigate. Unlike land-based sites, underwater ruins resist full excavation. Visibility is low. Equipment is expensive, and each dive yields only brief glimpses into the shadows. But even these glimpses suggest a complex history lying just beyond reach. If these submerged structures do belong to an ancient city, whether Dvarka or another unknown civilization, it raises profound questions. Who built it? How did they possess the engineering knowledge to construct such a settlement near the sea? Was it gradually submerged due to rising sea levels after the last ice age, or destroyed by a sudden geological event? And why do so many ancient cultures, from Atlantis to Ubar to Dvarka, speak of cities swallowed by water? Perhaps it's because water, more than any element, holds memory and motion. It buries and reveals. It is both veil and mirror. It reshapes the past while preserving its bones. Beneath the sea, time moves differently. Preservation occurs not through dryness, but through depth, silence, and sediment. In Hindu tradition, Dvarka's emergence was not just physical. It was symbolic. The city fell when Krishna left the world, marking the end of a divine era. Its loss echoed the great cosmic cycle: creation, preservation, and dissolution. Thus, the story of Dvarka is not simply one of architectural wonder, but a spiritual return. To lose the city was to let go of a golden age. And yet, beneath the ocean's surface, traces may still remain. The sonar images are not conclusive. The artifacts require more study. The sea offers only pieces, not proclamations. But the idea that there might be a forgotten city beneath the waves, that something once gleamed there, that footsteps once echoed in stone streets now silenced by salt and sand, captures imagination. Today, researchers continue to plan future dives, better imaging, and more precise analysis. But even without definitive proof, the mystery of the sunken city near Dvarka endures. Not because it confirms a myth, but because it invites us to listen differently. To hear the sea not just as movement, but as memory. To view legends not just as stories, but as echoes. And to look beneath the surface, not only of oceans, but of our assumptions. In the wind-swept sands of northern Sudan, far from the towering monuments of Giza and the bustling cities of modern Egypt, rise pyramids that many have never seen. Yet they number in the hundreds. These are the pyramids of Nubia, scattered across the ancient sites of Meroe, Nuri, and El Kuru, though smaller than their Egyptian cousins. They are sharper in angle, more numerous in count, and surrounded by mystery. Who built them, and what happened to the kingdom of Kush that left them behind? Stretching back over 3,000 years, the kingdom of Kush flourished along the Nile River, to the south of Egypt. Often overshadowed in mainstream history, it was a powerful, independent civilization with its own language, gods, and royal dynasties. At various points in time, the Kushites traded with, fought against, and even ruled over Egypt. In fact, during Egypt's 25th dynasty, the so-called Black Pharaohs from Kush reigned as far north as Memphis, commanding an empire that united the Nile from modern-day Khartoum to the Mediterranean. Yet even as Egypt's grandeur captured the world's imagination, Kush developed its own legacy, etched not in scrolls, but in stone. The Nubian pyramids, especially those clustered at Meroe, stand as silent testimony to that legacy. Unlike Egypt's colossal pyramids, those of Nubia are narrower and rise steeply from compact bases. Most were built between 700 BCE and 300 CE. Each served as a tomb for royalty, kings, queens, and nobles, often accompanied by a small chapel at the base for offerings and rituals. Though many were looted in antiquity, fragments of burial goods, gold jewelry, and inscriptions still remain, hinting at a civilization of refinement, wealth, and spiritual complexity. One striking feature is the sheer number. Over 200 pyramids have been documented in the region, more than all the pyramids of Egypt combined. Some necropolises, like those at Meroe, contain dozens in tight clusters, rows of stone peaks rising from the sand like ancient constellations frozen in time. But how did this style emerge? The earliest Kushite burials were tumulus mounds, simple earth-covered tombs. But as contact with Egypt increased during the New Kingdom, architectural styles evolved. The Kushites borrowed from Egyptian forms, yet adapted them uniquely. Their pyramids were built of local sandstone, constructed in stages, and often crowned with capstones representing solar or celestial symbols. Inside, the burial chambers were often cut into the bedrock beneath the pyramid, accessed by descending stairs. Walls were painted with vivid depictions of gods, Ammonius, Osiris, Isis, as well as Kushite monarchs in elaborate dress. Inscriptions written in Meroitic script, a language still only partially deciphered, hint at myths, titles, and rituals lost time. It is the Meroitic script itself that adds to the mystery. Used between roughly 300 BCE and 400 CE, it survives on steely temple walls and tombs. Yet to this day, scholars have not fully translated it. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which cracked open on the key of the Rosetta Stone, Meroitic remains elusive. This means we know surprisingly little about the inner workings of Kushite society, their philosophies, politics, and day-to-day life. And yet, the architecture speaks. The city of Meroe, located between the Nile and the desert, was once a capital of global reach. It boasted iron furnaces, palaces, temples, and reservoirs. Traders arrived from across Africa and the Mediterranean, exchanging ivory, gold, spices, and exotic animals. Greek historians marveled at its wealth and sophistication. And at the heart of it all were the pyramids, monuments of power, transition, and cosmic order. But as with so many ancient civilizations, time brought decline. By the 4th century CE, the kingdom of Kush had weakened, its trade routes disrupted, its power eclipsed by emerging neighbors. The rise of the Aksumite Empire in Ethiopia may have delivered the final blow. One account speaks of the Aksumite king Ezana attacking Meroe, though archaeological evidence remains debated. Eventually, the cities fell quiet. Sand drifted in. The pyramids weathered wind and sun. Centuries passed before explorers rediscovered them. Europeans in the 19th century, who marveled at their geometry but failed to grasp their cultural depth. Some even damaged them. In the 1830s, an Italian treasure hunter named Giuseppe Ferlini destroyed several Nubian pyramids in a ruthless search for gold. What he found, jewels, amulets, and statues, he later sold to European museums. But a loss of heritage and history remains incalculable. Today, the pyramids of Nubia rise not in grandeur, but in quiet resilience. Few tourists wander their sand-draped slopes. They are not the postcard symbols of antiquity. They are not illuminated by night or encircled by crowds. They rest in solitude, their sharp angles casting long shadows across the desert. But perhaps that is where their power lies. To walk among them is to feel the presence of forgotten empire, one that rivaled Egypt, shaped Africa, and believed that life extended beyond the horizon. Their silence invites reflection, not on what we know, but on what we've overlooked. Who were the queens buried here, like Amenirinas or Manishikito, who led armies and ruled with strength? What songs were sung at their tombs? What prayers carried their spirits into the afterlife? What cosmic map do the pyramids trace? And what stories still lie buried beneath the sand, waiting for eyes that look not only for answers, but for meaning? In the desert of Nubia, the past has not vanished. It waits, sharp-edged and sunlit, speaking in stone to those who listen. ChatGPT said, in a quiet corner of Romania, near the village of Tartaria, 3 small clay tablets were unearthed in 1961, weathered, fragile, and inscribed with curious marks. At first glance, they resembled ancient accounting tokens or ritual objects. But as archaeologists examined them more closely, a far greater possibility emerged. These symbols might represent the oldest known form of writing in the world, predating Mesopotamian cuneiform by over millennium. If true, the Tartaria tablets would rewrite the story of human literacy and suggest that early European cultures were far more advanced than previously believed. And yet, more than 6 decades later, the mystery remains unsolved. Their authenticity, purpose, and meaning continue to provoke debate among historians, linguists, and skeptics alike. The tablets were discovered by Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa in a Neolithic burial site dating to around 5300 BC, associated with the Vinca culture, a prehistoric civilization that flourished across the Balkans. Alongside the tablets were figurines, bones, and other grave goods. The burial was unusual. A woman interred in ritual fashion, her body painted with red ochre, accompanied by symbols as if carrying a message into the afterlife. The tablets themselves are small, roughly palm-sized. 2 are rectangular. The third is circular, pierced with a hole that suggests it may have been worn or hung. The incised markings are arranged in deliberate rows, some geometric, others pictographic. There are crosses, ladder-like grids, chevrons, dots, and linear strokes, symbols that feel intentional, structured, and eerily familiar. What makes these marks so provocative is their resemblance to known writing systems. Some scholars have noted similarities to early Sumerian pictographs or later linear A symbols from Crete, but the Tartaria tablets predate both. If the dating is correct, and this is where the first layer of controversy arises, they may represent the earliest attempt at written communication anywhere on Earth. The Vinca culture, which spanned parts of modern-day Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, is known for its fine ceramics, distinctive figurines, and widespread settlements. In the decades following the discovery of the tablets, hundreds of similar symbols have been found carved into pottery and figurines throughout the region. These have become known collectively as the Vinca symbols. But are they writing? Mainstream archaeology remains cautious. Writing, by definition, implies more